Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were made graciously available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development, Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary Women in Conversation is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-hosts, my husband and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from the Carmichael Manor discussing the 2023 found footage horror film, House LLC Origins, The Carmichael Manor. This film was written and directed by Stephen Cognetti. With the sight of the first three films out of commission, this fourth installment in the Hell House franchise moves on to another venue, but maintains and builds on its decades-spanning lore. With a blend of brand new faces and well-established history, the film serves to solve lingering mysteries, all while introducing a few of its own. Once again utilizing the found footage style with the mockumentary format, House LLC Origins, The Carmichael Manor, is a welcome foray back into this universe for many fans of the franchise. This film was requested to us by friends of the show, Beth Bauer, Robin, Morgan94, Carrie A., Solomon, Amy, Scott Troutman-Wise, Daniel Spruill, Probably My Jugs, Melissa K., Nicholas Doba, Gordon Sutherland, Abe the Camel, Veronica, Laura, Sam Spade, and Jessica. We want to thank them all for their support as well as this suggestion. So, what did you guys think of House LLC Origins, The Carmichael Manor, the first time you saw it?
I don't remember the exact date that I first watched House LLC Origins, The Carmichael Manor.
Take a breath.
Yeah, jeez.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah. No, I look. I remember watching it on Shudder, and I was like, okay, it's Hell House, more Hell House. I love these. I watched it. I didn't love it. And I think after repeated viewings, I was like, okay, I love this movie. I like it. But I think it's because it's part of the Hell House franchise. And it's like, I really do love those movies. Why? I mean, not that I really like the first two, even the third one for what, what's it's got going on.
Even you?
Yeah. No.
Stammering a little bit.
It's weird. But this one I think is the same kind of with, it has the same kind of problems for me with the third one. I do like it, but I still feel like there's a couple things maybe missing. Something isn't complete here as to where I feel like the first two were super strong. And then we kind of, we're still going on with the story, but I still really enjoyed this. I think even before covering it and watching it for the show, or us covering it, I think like the week or so before, I put it on to watch it. And then I ended up just getting all cuddly on the couch and then ended up taking a nap.
Hey.
And when I woke up, it was still on and I was like, okay, and just finished it.
Mm-hmm.
But it is, on repeated viewings, I'm like, man, I think I do like this movie.
It's a comfort franchise for you.
Right. And it is the franchise. The movie, not so much itself. I think it's just hearing things and hearing Abaddon or hearing whatever. And it's like, okay.
You're in the universe.
Right.
I feel like I haven't made it a secret that Hell House is not necessarily my franchise.
Right.
I will say, and I don't mean it to sound negative.
Mm-hmm.
The deeper we get into these films, the more I feel I appreciate what they did in it, especially the first one.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think that the more we continue, the more it does kind of get a little convoluted.
Yeah.
And I am a huge fan of lore and establishing lore or recontextualizing old things to mean something new.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think that this film does that. I will say the first time I watched it, I don't really think I gave it a fair shake. And I don't even know that I gave it my full attention. So rewatching it for the show specifically and actually being dialed in and watching it fully immersed.
Yeah.
I think that I do appreciate it more than I did that first time. I don't think that it's my least favorite in the franchise so far that we've covered.
Yeah.
I think that the third one really let me down.
Oh, it did. It did.
And I think that it was just trying to do too much.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe to add another element into it and wrap things up in what you thought was going to be just a trilogy.
Right.
And then so returning to this, and this one is kind of a hybrid. It's a sequel and a prequel kind of at the same time.
Yeah.
Which is an interesting way to take it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like there are some things in this film that do work for me. Maybe a matter of how some of the scares are crafted. Because I think that some of them actually create some really unsettling imagery and startle you enough to where, almost like we talked about on Hell House LLC 2, the Abaddon Hotel.
See, that's fine though.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
That's fine.
It's something with Origins.
It's too much.
I think it's too much.
one or the other.
One-
You need one or
Yes,
the other.
yeah.
And we dropped the number.
We sure did.
I don't know.
Well, we had to add something
Well,
else.
yeah.
Title doesn't work for
Origin
me.
takes the place.
It does. But there was a scene in 2 that we talked about really staying with us.
Yeah.
And I think that there are a couple of things here that could have that effect on you.
Mm-hmm.
And not even as you're watching it, even as you're watching it, you might think, well, it's all right. But then later when you have to get a glass of water and it's 2 a.m.
Yeah.
and you're looking in a hallway, you're like, I really hope a masked
Yeah.
person doesn't lunge or,
Right.
reach a hand to the
Right.
door frame. That was what I was thinking last night.
At 2 a.m.
At 2 a.m. I was thirsty. But I think that when it comes to this film, the thing that is the biggest problem to me is it feels like we are pulling from the same bag of tricks.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't really move it forward in a way that is worth, to me, a whole entry.
Right.
Because I feel like, I don't know, we're going back to these things that worked for the franchise in the past in every other film. But when you're on the 4th film, you start to feel like, all right, what else you got?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do understand that's the thing for me, the distinction between me and you specifically.
Yeah.
Because for you, it's probably like we were talking about last week with fan service.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, you know, I can be the fan that they're servicing. I want to see these things again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for me, who isn't that big of a fan of it, it's like, oh, you're doing this again?
Right.
Yeah, I don't mind it, but it is noticeable because I did, as I was working on it, I was like, man, this would work better if we were doing a setting like in the first or second movie. The fact that we're not in that setting anymore, it does change the way these scares work.
I agree. And some scares are very location specific and they do work.
Yeah.
But then there's other things like exactly what we're hinting at where it's like, what the fuck is that doing here?
Yes. Yeah. It's that. Yeah.
And I don't think there's any real excuse that you could give me to justify it other than, well, we've done it before.
Right.
And again, if you're a huge fan of the franchise, that might work.
Yeah.
And it's like, hell yeah, we get to see these things again.
Yeah.
But for me, it's like, come on, man. And I don't know. I just feel like there are elements to appreciate, but for me, and maybe it's just okay to admit that this just isn't my franchise.
Of course it is.
And
yeah,
that's fair.
I hadn't watched this yet. I feel like the way that House LLC 3 Lake of Fire had me feeling, I was a little worried about where we're going moving forward in the franchise, because that one, it's, we've talked about it before, where it's like, oh, it's pizza, like, yeah, even bad pizza is good pizza, even bad, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That one, it really pushed its limits, because I do enjoy this franchise a lot, and specifically the first two. Every time that I watch them, I like them even more. I really am a fan of the movies, the characters, and really the lore, because I feel like with every film, Cognetti gives us just a little bit more.
Yeah.
And most of it is cohesive. It does. This one, we did have to, smash some puzzle pieces together a little bit. But some things really did pay off, in my opinion.
Do you think that going back and retroactively making things mean different things kind of muddies the mythology?
It definitely can. I think that there are ways that you can make it work. But more often than not, it does tend to do that, because then you go back and you watch the original and you're like, well, that's not what that was. But I, again, hadn't watched it until it was time to cover it. And I liked it. I liked it a lot better than Lake of Fire. It does not reach the heights of the first or second one for me, of course, but I'm not mad at this one. I think that Cognetti, like you were saying, T, knows how to craft a scare, and not all of them hit, the ball out of the park, hit a home run.
Right.
But enough of them do to give them a high batting average.
Right. I think the ball is implied in the phrase.
Yeah.
Hit it out of the park.
Knock it out of the park. It's like, we know we're talking about a ball.
Hit that red ball out of the park.
There you go.
Get it out of here.
Right.
But it's enough. It's enough hits versus misses for me to be like, I feel like for the most part we are in good hands with him, because he does craft this atmosphere, just like you were saying, T, where when it gets dark and maybe everybody else in the house is asleep, you're like, well, God damn it, why'd I watch Hell House so late? But I think that that's a treat. I think that that's a skill that he has. This one, I feel like there were a couple that were very successful. Again, my bread and butter is really the first two, where there are moments of even, did I just see that? Did that, it's more subtle. I feel like this one is a little more in your face for the most part. There is some good subtlety in a few scenes, but
it is good in its subtlety in the way that they don't rewind and show you the scare you just saw,
like in 3. Yes. Yeah.
And say, everybody catch that?
Yeah. But I mean, there are little nitpicky things. I watched a lot of interviews with Cognetti, and he was saying that he does these in a documentary style so that you can do things like edit it and add music, and it would be as if you're watching a documentary on Netflix and a filmmaker has, presented this to you. I don't always love that.
Me neither.
There are moments where, and I'm not even mad at the music itself. The music itself is good, but I'm like, am I watching found footage or am I watching a movie? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got into found footage young enough that if there is no score, you know what I mean? I can lose myself and kind of pretend that this is something, even though I know that it's not. When you do things like that, I'm very aware that this is very fake. You know what I mean? Which I already know. You know what I mean?
Right.
It just kind of takes you out of it when you want to be more immersed in what's happening.
Exactly.
That,
It's like, I thought we were all pretending, but you're cheating because you're not supposed to be doing that. But there are little nitpicky things like that where there are moments where it kind of undercuts any subtlety that there could be, because the score goes boom, and it's like, oh, I saw it. I didn't need you to yell it at me. But for the most part, I do like this movie. I like this franchise, even though I think League of Fire is a little bit of a stinker. It still has good moments in it. It is interesting. He's like, I don't know.
It had a moment.
It does have good moment in it.
Yeah.
I am just so intrigued by the story, though, and I think that Cognetti is a good storyteller in the way that he can kind of, for better or worse at times, recontextualize things that have become fact in this lore and in this history and kind of look at it from a different angle.
I think that's fair. I also feel like there should be some credit given for kind of the ingenuity of really just having a location and deriving so much just from a location.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Even if it isn't, knocking the ball every time.
I knew it sounded weird. So I was like, is that how you say it? But I am excited to talk about it.
Yeah.
Kind of dig a little bit deeper. I do have a very short section on production, perhaps the shortest I've maybe ever done. If not, then it's very, very close. So very briefly, let's talk about things that I was able to cobble together from these interviews that I watched. I got my information for the production and for the episode from interviews with Stephen Cognetti in Bloody Disgusting, Dread Central, Biff Bam Pop, Matt's Movie Reviews, and The Horror Hour, as well as the director's commentary track.
Okay.
So Stephen Cognetti said that about 3 years before he decided to make this film, he wrote a 120-page script about everything that happened at the Abaddon Hotel leading up to the cult. There are going to be a couple spoilers for previous movies in this. Leading up to the cult, including the involvement of a hotel employee that we will talk more about later. But he wrote it on the chance that he ever one day got the budget to make any of these ideas happen. But without that, he had no idea what he wanted to do with this script because he was done with Hell House. This is why in Hell House LLC 3, Lake of Fire, spoiler, he literally burns the hotel to the ground. He was done.
Ah, okay.
That to me makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it does feel like a conclusive end.
It does, yeah.
That's why whenever this was announced, I was honestly surprised.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's not a great end.
Well,
but
it's an end.
It's an end, yeah. Well, it was an end.
But he's like, come on, Grease Monkey.
Whatever the fuck
I don't
he
know.
was doing. Yeah.
I don't know. But then later they're like, well, I guess we can watch Ghost to TV or something. I don't know what we're doing.
But something was nagging at him, and he still felt like he had more of a story to tell concerning the history around the hotel, the cult, and that clown. We all know the clown.
Mm-hmm.
Calling upon that 120-page script, Cognetti was inspired and motivated by the idea of taking this story and moving it to a new place outside of the Abaddon Hotel, writing the first draft of the Carmichael Manor in March of 2022. He printed this out, got a blue pen and a red pen, marked it all up, and wrote another draft, then another, and then another. He said that he spent a full year rewriting and reworking this script from March of 2022 to March of 2023 before production started in April of 2023. So right up to the buzzer.
This one?
This one?
God.
Why'd you say it like that?
A lot of work went into.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much all he shared as far as the production story. Hell House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor, as promised, provides more context for the history of our beloved Andrew Tully, the Abaddon Hotel, and the subsequent events. And it would premiere on Shudder just in time for Halloween on October 30th, 2023. So I guess let's stop clowning around and get to it.
Okay.
Now, before we document this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's press record. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen House LLC, House LLC 2, The Abaddon Hotel, and House LLC 3, Lake of Fire. If you haven't, go watch them or listen to episodes 82, 184, and 260 of our show as a refresher. The film begins with the insistent whistling of wind as we are treated to a picture of a sprawling brick mansion. A voice identifies it as the Carmichael Manor. We find the owner of this voice, Bradley Moynihan, played by Darren F. Earl II, as he sits to be interviewed. He sighs as he wonders where to begin.
Darren F. Earl II? He was in 825 Forest Road?
He was another Cognetti.
Yeah.
Cognetti said that he finds him so talented that he really wanted him to be a part of this like kind of frame, I guess, for the rest of the film. But he was working on something else at the time and said that he would try to make it. So he learned all his lines on the plane ride to set.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I have to say, I think that he does really well for what his purpose is in this film.
Yeah.
I might not really appreciate the wraparound frame documentary as much this time, but I think that he does a good job.
I agree. Text beneath Bradley's name informs us that he is the co-founder of netsleuths.com. Warning that the manor's history is as sordid as the Carmichaels themselves, he begins with the big mansion in Rockland County, New York, a county that has a sordid history itself, which we have heard this name before.
Yeah.
We cut to another interview with Alicia Cavallini, played by Sierra Saka, writer of Buried Secrets. She's credited as Alice Harper, but the text on screen describes her as Alicia Cavallini, and so does Cognetti in the commentary. So take with that what you will. I don't know. She shares that the Carmichael Manor has fascinated her as a true crime writer for a long time. Something interesting that Cognetti said was that Sierra Saka auditioned for the role of Margot, a character that we're going to meet pretty soon. Cognetti didn't think that she was right for Margot, so he kind of made it sound like he added this character of Alicia for her. And they filmed her scenes 2 months after everyone else's in a library conference room. So this was done after everything else was shot.
Huh.
I think there are some choices in pronunciation
There is, yes.
that do feel very disconnected from everyone else.
Right.
So I'm starting to understand. I do appreciate Cognetti as an independent filmmaker saying, I like this actor.
Yeah.
I want to give her something to do so that it's not as if she just didn't get the part of Margot and that's it.
Yeah.
Right.
But at the same time, it does feel that maybe Bradley could have, especially with how close he is to everything.
Yeah. And he didn't explicitly say, he just kind of implied that he added this character. And so I'm only left to infer that it would have just been him being interviewed.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think she does add, it is, I think plays a little bit better having multiple people, but it is an interesting choice.
I miss Robert Lyons.
Me too.
I was going to say that.
Too.
Let's get him in here.
The OG.
Yeah.
Yes. As she shares that they were an extremely wealthy family, we see a picture of the Carmichaels smiling together. Father on one side, a son and 2 daughters in the middle, and mother on the right. Alicia describes how far off their home was, miles and miles away from civilization, accessible by dirt roads. We hover over thick clusters of green trees where the home is shrouded. Alicia continues that tragically, one October morning, the police discovered Catherine and Eleanor Carmichael brutally murdered in their beds. We press in on the 2 of them in the picture. Catherine Carmichael, played by Kayla Barajikian, stands next to her mother. Eleanor Carmichael, played by Marlene Williams, smiles beaming on both of their faces. But we cruelly cut to Catherine, slain in her bed as described. Blood splatters the white bedding, and Catherine lies there, eternally staring with one eye, while the other has been crudely scratched from her face. Her throat yawns open.
It's a little rough for
A documentary?
Yeah.
Yeah. But they always did that. Remember, I think the first one where they showed Andrew Tully hanging from the ceiling?
Yeah.
I don't think this is appropriate.
What station is this airing on?
In his interview, Bradley offers that the obvious suspect was the father. Back in that warm Carmichael family photo, we linger on Arthur Carmichael, played by Robert Zemeckis, standing next to his children with a big grin. But Bradley presents the problem with Arthur being the obvious suspect. He and his 20-year-old son, Patrick Carmichael, have been missing for the last 30 years. We see them both in the photo now, with Patrick Carmichael, played by Gideon Berger, standing behind his sisters. Bradley says that they both completely vanished. Alicia thinks that they leaned heavily on Arthur because there was an early snow that year and there was only one set of footprints leaving the house and no set coming in.
I thought it was because Russell Wynn was carrying him.
I think you nailed it.
It was.
Bradley explains that it was most likely to be Arthur because Patrick only had use of one arm at the time after the car accident. We see the results of a collision, glass and metal glittering in the road. As we pan over this, Bradley elaborates that Patrick and his sister Margaret were in a car accident that tragically killed Margaret. It's Alicia that provides more context. When Patrick was driving Margaret home from the city, they were smashed into by a drunk driver. As we zoom in on a photo of Patrick lying despondently on his bed with his arm in a sling, Alicia says that Patrick survived, only losing the use of one arm. We switch to a picture of Margaret Carmichael, played by Victoria Adrenick, standing in front of the windows of her home, her dark hair pulled into a side ponytail. She smiles obliviously in her pearl necklace and floral dress as Alicia reveals that she was declared dead at the scene. We linger on this photo before gazing instead at the Carmichael Manor. Alicia continues that, of course, the decades-old murder was ripe for Reddit conspiracies and internet sleuth speculation, and the rumors that the manor was haunted started very early on. We cut to grainy footage from the Wheeler files, where the host, Tom Wheeler, played by Thomas J. Cipriano, reports from inside Carmichael Manor. He describes it as home to grisly murders that occurred just upstairs from where he stands only 1 year ago. Half the family was murdered, while the other half is still missing, and still there are no answers. Tom Wheeler's words are cut off by a loud thud in the room behind him. Alicia laments that poor Tom kept having to do takes after that when you could see that all he wanted to do was get the hell out of there. We see the host again as powder is applied to his face before he gets back to work. Alicia says that incidents like this fueled the ghost enthusiasts over the years, but outside of the family, very few people were granted permission to be inside the home for an extended period of time. That was until Margot Bentley. We press in on a photo of Margot Bentley, played by Bridget Rose Parada, sitting in front of the woods, smiling warmly beneath her bangs.
Bridget Rose Parada. She's in House LLC Lineage in 2025.
Okay.
That's very interesting.
I'm wondering in what capacity.
Wow.
Cognetti said that he had a lot of audition tapes for the role of Margot. Bridget Rose Parada's was maybe the 5th video that he watched, and he knew in his gut that it would be her. But he still watched over 100 auditions before finally calling her. When he finally called, she said that she couldn't. She was in a theater production now, and he'd taken so long to get back to her that she just wasn't available anymore. He said he went home and was complaining to his wife, kicking himself for not going with his gut. But Bridget Rose Parada went to the director of the theater production and asked if there was any way she could leave the run a week early to go and do this movie. She offered to train her replacement to be able to do both. This is Cognetti's telling of this. Right. The director was mad at her and said that if she was interested in doing that, then she didn't need to be in the play at all. So she had a choice to make, and she chose Hell House, obviously, and Cognetti wanted to make sure that she didn't regret it.
Why is the director...
I
don't know. Again, that's why I'm like, this is told from from Cognetti.
Right, if you make a Hell House, you'll never work in this town again.
Exactly, yeah. What? I don't recall.
Yeah.
But then again, you have those dickhead bosses that are like, I'd like to give my 2 weeks notice, and they're like, you know what? You can leave right now.
Yeah.
So who knows?
Yeah.
Which should be illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
because
crazy.
Isn't that what you want us to do?
I thought so.
Bradley shares that the last time he heard from Margot was the day she drove out to Carmichael Manor. We see Margot leaned over a map spread out over the hood of her car, smiling at the camera. Margot's girlfriend, Rebecca Vickers, played by Destiny Leilani Brown, aims the shot to get both of them in it. Bradley explains that Rebecca was with Margot. She always was. And as proof, we see a picture of them smiling together next to a campfire.
Destiny Leilani Brown. She's also in Hell House LLC Lineage in 2025.
Okay.
And 825 Forest Road in 2025.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
I like this. A director keeping the same.
Yeah.
We always talk about that. Cognetti said that she also auditioned for the role of Margot. And I think it would have been interesting to see what she did with that.
Yeah.
But I love her as Rebecca. Rebecca is probably the only character I really identify with and am like, why aren't we all listening to her?
Probably.
Well, maybe
Yeah.
maybe another one.
I was going to say.
He tries.
Barely.
Yeah.
I think Rebecca is the heart and soul of this picture.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I honestly feel like, I don't know, she could have done really good as Margot.
I totally agree, but I think the portrayal of Margot that we get is a kind of person that I think we have all known, like she feels like a real person, slightly maddening person.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I could be as annoyed with
So we probably need this. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. I do think I would have loved to have more on their relationship.
I totally agree.
More about their dynamics as a couple.
Yeah.
I am a little puzzled as to why, and I don't recall it coming up, but why Bradley didn't go too. Because that's her business partner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not said.
Yeah.
But the way that it's framed is that, they both own this site, but it sounds like it's really Margot that's the one that goes out and does shit.
Okay.
Right.
So, because he's never mentioned doing anything like this.
Yeah.
No.
Bradley says that 5 days later, he was called by a New York State police detective. His gaze wavering, he shares that their bodies had been found in the manor. His lips flatten as he tries to compose himself. Alicia adds that the only known thing that happened to Margot and Rebecca was the 911 call placed around 2 a.m. on their fourth night in the manor. Over the formidable visual of the towering manor at night, text on screen reads, 911 call, November 11th, 2:21 a.m. Rebecca frantically realizes that the phone is working, and she hurriedly identifies herself as Rebecca Vickers. She provides their location, the Carmichael Manor at 101 Starlight Drive. She begs, please, there's someone in the house with them. She cries out, Margot, that's not him. The call abruptly ends.
The first time that I saw this film, I was 99% sure that whoever it was probably a clown. Knowing how these films tend to go.
Yeah.
But I have to say, the way that we are setting up, because I feel like I stick by what I said earlier about the documentary not really doing it for me in this film. I think the beginning of it does.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I feel like we're setting up how interesting this mystery could be.
Right.
And with not just the Carmichael family, but with this disappearing investigator
Yeah.
and her girlfriend. And so I think that that's why I feel like you have me right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I still am very intrigued to see what happened. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because it's like, oh, we're going to get more backstory.
Which, love.
Yeah.
Bradley says that most keyboard detectives stay in the comfort of their own home, but that's not how Margot did her work. She was always there and always recording everything. We see proof of this. Margot walking down dirt roads and sitting and laughing outside before we join Bradley back in his interview. He tells us that what's on their video is 4 nights of completely perplexing and unexplainable footage. We glimpse Rebecca cowering fearfully in bed and Margot standing pensively outside of a closed door. He warns to whoever sees this that that's the best disclaimer he can give. After we see what we see, I feel like he could have maybe warned us a little bit better.
Or earlier.
Yeah.
We know we've shown you a mutilated corpse.
Yeah.
But it only gets worse. We jump to shaky footage of Margot and Rebecca running on the grounds of the manor and inside the house, screaming before cutting to black and getting the title in large letters. House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor. Margot records in the car, catching the bare and twisted trees lining the road before panning over to Rebecca, who sits gripping the wheel. Rebecca whines, asking how much further because she's getting hungry. Margot reminds her that she told her a banana wasn't going to be filling. Rebecca concedes, laughing that she's not going to make it. They need to stop somewhere. Panning back to the empty road ahead of them, Margot asks where she would like to go. Pragmatic, Rebecca decides that she would even slaughter a chicken right now. She's at that point. Margot laughs, survival mode.
And I know that these are your favorite scenes to script from found footage.
Mm-hmm. The beginning when everyone's joking around.
Yeah.
I love that. I love doing that part. Margot films and thanks Rebecca for paying as she runs her card at a snack bar. The snack bar clerk is played by an uncredited Cameron Munson, and he's been an assistant director for the Hell House movies since the second one, and including Lineage going forward.
Very nice.
Yeah, and this was all improv. He just stood in because Cognetti wanted a scene here.
Okay.
It works.
Yeah.
He feels so believable.
Yeah.
Like this I feel like when you're doing found footage stuff like this, like I think back to the Blair Witch where they're talking to people in the town. It makes such a difference when these feel like people who don't necessarily live their life in front of a camera or are totally like they just seem like real people. And I think he nails it, I guess, maybe because he's not an actor.
Okay.
But he felt so believable to me.
Yeah.
I honestly feel like that might be one of the secret ingredients to a good found footage film.
Yeah.
If that's why it surprised me so much when you had said that he spent a year rewriting the script. It's like we shouldn't be doing that. I think we can create these scenarios and kind of let the actors go with guidelines.
That's so fair.
You know?
Yeah.
Because I think you come with these much more authentic feeling scenes like this one.
Right. As they wait on the card reader, he wonders, what's the deal with the camera? Margot is so happy that he asked. She hands the camera over to Rebecca, who aims it at the clerk. When Margot questions if he's comfortable being on camera, he shrugs and asks what they're going to talk about. Margot explains that she actually created a website called netsleuths.com, and they investigate murder scenes. She has a question for him. The clerk smiles and nods, knowing before Margot can ask. Oh, you're going to the Carmichaels. Margot confirms this with an excited, yes, you knew it. She asks if he has any opinions on it. The clerk dismisses that it's local legend. Everyone knows the story of that place. They got butchered in their bed or whatever the heck it was. He repeats that they're going to check it out, but Margot takes it a step further. They're staying there for 5 days. He's taken aback and a little delighted that they're going to be staying there. And Margot says that they got permission before asking if that's crazy. The clerk shares that back in high school, they used to party in that backyard because it's so remote and no cops would go out there. But none of them have actually been inside of it.
I do think it's really interesting the way that this conversation goes, them saying that they're going to stay 5 days and us knowing that they only survive 4 of them. So I don't know. I like this. It's a very bold choice. And I think that it happened before whenever they set up in previous Hell House films.
Yeah.
And of course in the Blair Witch Project, where we know that this is not going to go well for the people we're about to see.
Yeah.
But to see them so jovial and excited for these 5 days, knowing that they're not even going to make it to that.
Yeah. I also like establishing this like local legend of the place.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, we used to hang out there when we were kids. Nobody ever went inside though. Like I like that.
Yeah. I think what makes it a little more different is like with the Abaddon, I feel like it was trying to get people to come in all the time. If they were back there partying and whatever and they never seen anything or anything happen,
That's true.
then it would make it a legend, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They didn't see anything, but everybody knows about it.
Yeah. Outside, Margot sets up her camera before sitting at a small table across from Rebecca. As Rebecca chows down on her food, Margot addresses the future sleuthers on the other side of the video, revealing that they're about 30 minutes away from their new home for the next 5 days, the Carmichael Manor. When Rebecca eyes her and doesn't comment, Margot turns to her own food, teasing that Rebecca is excited as always for a road trip, and Rebecca gives a sarcastic thumbs up. She just doesn't understand why they can't stay at a hotel this time. Margot could still do her work and she could have reliable internet. Margot muses, yeah, but where's the fun in that? Rebecca shakes her head, but Margot promises that it does have reliable internet. She offers up her tomato, and Rebecca reaches inside the container with her plastic fork to get it, adamant that she can't miss a single meeting. Looking over to the camera, Margot says that she knows Rebecca will want to murder her too if she misses her precious meetings. Growling, Rebecca pretends to stab at Margot with her fork.
The sleuthers are like, do we need to know?
Yeah,
Do we need to see all this? I will say though, I appreciate these small things of like her offering her girlfriend her tomato.
Yes, it
Right.
felt very familiar, very
Yes.
lived in.
And this was filmed at a real drive-in theater, the Circle Drive-In in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
That's awesome.
And so that's why I thought originally that guy that they ordered the food from was just an employee.
Right. I
Okay.
can totally see
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this did make me laugh a little bit, and I thought of you.
Scripting it and having the time of my life.
Yeah. But we are establishing a lot.
Yes, yes.
Rebecca's hesitance, her having other priorities.
Her obligations, yeah.
And honestly, setting up for Margot, a very Heather Donahue
Yes.
situation.
Yes. Once they're done with their food, Margot cleans up their trash and Rebecca grabs the camera. She asks if Margot has ever been out this way before. And Margot says that she hasn't been to this specific area, but she did go to Rockland County once when she was a kid. Rebecca realizes, oh, is that the thing with the... Looking up at her girlfriend with uncharacteristic seriousness, Margot confirms, yeah. So I was like, what's that?
Yeah. All right, keep your secrets.
Back in the car with their hunger satiated, Rebecca sits behind the wheel, wondering how off the grid this place is because they've been on a dirt road for like 20 minutes. Margot says that it's pretty remote, and this prompts Rebecca's doubt in such a remote place having reliable internet. Suddenly, they're outside, Rebecca turning the camera to her own face with Margot leaned over the map on the car's hood in the background. With a smile, Rebecca explains that this is what happens when you have no signal and you don't know how to read a map. She winks before bringing the camera over to Margot. When Rebecca asks if she's sure that they're still in North America, Margot offers to check. She sucks on her middle finger before raising it up to Rebecca, remarking that this is North American air, and the two of them laugh.
They have fun.
Well, they can. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Finally, they pull onto the property, barren trees with their long and twisted branches reaching out from the brick manor. Taking this in, Rebecca is impressed, wondering just how rich the Carmichaels were. She's like, this is where we're staying? Margot asks if she can believe it. Rebecca is even a little excited when she parks in front of the home, and laughing, she asks if they're just supposed to go up and knock. Margot reminds her, Rebecca will do the filming, Margot will do the talking. Rebecca happily agrees and takes the camera from her girlfriend. She follows as Margot steps up to the front door, and sweeping across the entrance, Rebecca admits that she can definitely see a horrific murder happening here. Margot agrees. Yeah, no kidding. She looks back at Rebecca, and after Rebecca nods the camera, Margot enters Carmichael Manor. Rebecca follows.
So Cognetti had talked about finding this location for the manor.
Mm-hmm.
And he had said that he had realized that with a title like House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor, he's really painting himself into a corner.
Right.
It can't be as if he had called it and he had said the Carmichael House, because that could literally be anything.
Yeah.
And then everything is solved with just finding what location fits the scares that you've written.
Mm-hmm.
But with a manor, you need a manor.
Yeah.
Heavy on painting himself into the corner.
Yeah.
You did that.
You did.
Well,
Well, you know, you got to where your muses take you.
yeah.
He's like, shit, I need a manor.
He's like, I love this title.
Yeah.
The title stays.
It's gotta stay.
It does. And it sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds cool. But he had said that whenever he had started writing the film in March of 2022, it was around the fall and winter of 2022 that he realized he has a good enough draft to start scouting.
Mm-hmm.
So he's scouting locations, and it's in Pennsylvania, which is his home state. And he had said that it would be perfect to find a home here because he knows that all of his actors are going to be coming from New York City, which isn't that far to travel.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's in January of 2023, so a few months of scouting, that he finds the Fern Hall Estate in Clifford Township in Pennsylvania. And that is this manor. It was built in 1916. Cognetti said in his interview with Dread Central that it was built by the Johnson & Johnson family.
Oh, damn.
And I guess that the current owners of the property were very eager and pretty stoked, much like the owners of the Waldorf Estate of Fear, to have a film shot here.
Yeah.
And so they were very accommodating and very welcoming to Cognetti and crew and cast, and the fact that they had wanted to film here, period.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that they were reasonably priced as well, which is a huge deal when you're a low-budget independent film.
Yeah.
But this place is, as I said, over 100 years old, 12,000 square feet, 100 acres of property, and we see some portions of it utilized later in some of these surrounding forests, we'll say,
Yeah.
nearby to where we are
Yes.
in this manor.
Yeah.
Right.
M-A-N-O-R.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he had said very interestingly that while he was here, whenever he was looking around before it was decided officially that this would be the place, he already started reworking some of his scares just walking the halls, realizing different ways that he could utilize this location in a way that couldn't be possible as an abstract idea of a manor.
Okay.
And so he's walking these halls and not only revising old scares, but coming up with new ones. And there's one that is honestly probably the best scare in the film that was just completely concocted by him walking through these halls.
That's
All right,
awesome.
Yeah.
Something very cool as well is that the Fern Hall Estate is on Airbnb and you can stay there.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So it might be a future location.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that's in our budget. He also
Oh, it's not.
don't even joke about that.
I've checked.
He also said that it was so big, almost all of the cast and crew stayed and slept here in rooms that had nothing to do with where they were filming. Like it didn't
Okay.
even touch where they were filming.
Yeah.
That's
he
cool.
was like, I didn't stay there, but that, a lot of them did. In the foyer, Margot calls out a hello, and after just a moment, Donald, played by Michael Caprioli, rounds the corner, offering a handshake in his name, reminding Margot that they spoke on the phone last week. They exchange niceties, and Margot introduces him to Rebecca, who she says will be accompanying her on this journey. Donald shakes Rebecca's hand before apologizing for not hearing them pull in. He's been trying to get things ready here. When Margot asks if he's all right with being on camera for a few minutes, Donald chuckles that that's fine. But Rebecca's attention has shifted to a framed portrait of the Carmichael family. Gazing from behind the glass are the renditions of Arthur, Catherine, Robert, Margaret, and Eleanor. Donald explains that Eleanor had that family portrait commissioned 1 year before Margaret's death in the car accident. When Donald is finally able to pull his eyes away from the portrait, Margot raises her eyebrows and shoots a look at the camera. But when Donald goes further into the manor, they follow. Donald shares that they usually would have a third party come and turn the place around for them, but they've been having a hard time getting a company to come out this far. Rebecca shows a long hallway to the right before taking a left to follow Margot and Donald. Donald adds that, of course, by now, everyone knows. Rebecca prods. Knows what? Donald turns to look at her, but when Margot interrupts and asks if the family still uses it, Donald turns back around and continues walking into the next spacious room. He answers that they don't, but it is still in the Carmichael family name. As Margot glances back at the camera with a shrug, Donald says that it went to Eleanor's family first after everything happened, more recently to her sister Beatrice. But Beatrice is 83, so they basically look after the estate for her. As he speaks, Rebecca scans over the decor, the small table with red high-end chairs, the couch and vintage glass lamps, the framed prints on the walls. Donald apologizes for the time constraints, explaining that some of their estate overseers just want the place to be completely closed off to the public due to liability concerns. And right now, short-term stays are the middle ground. Them. I don't really I understand the gist of like they don't want people staying here.
Yeah.
The way he says it is so fucking confusing to me. That I'm like,
I honestly, I don't like the idea of anyone staying here outside of Margot and Rebecca. I think that it's a much more compelling story if nobody has stayed here.
I think that's what he's saying, but he says it's so weird.
And then he adds more about people having such short stays. Nobody stays here for more than a few days.
Yeah.
It's like, well, then who?
Yeah. No one stays here, but when they do.
Yeah. It is for 3 to 5 days. So, but they're fine.
Yeah.
I it was weird the way he said it. But the way I took it was like that. Is like people, we don't want them staying here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, if it is, it's for very short. But it's like, okay, that's concerning, but also a little interesting, too.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Like, why?
For sure.
I am scared, but I do want to...
But, like, could you elaborate on that?
Yeah.
Why do they... Like, why? Oh, do they get scared? Like, I would have been like, oh, they get too scared?
Yeah.
Or why did they see something? Like, I would ask something.
Especially if you're a sleuth.
Yeah, what's the point of recording this man if you're not going to try to dig a little bit?
Well, we're recording everything.
Yeah.
That's clear.
Yeah, we've been very clear about that. But then what we set up with the employee at the drive-in, it seems like he is saying, we never went in there.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Right.
I like nobody going in there, and this is just the caretaker, almost like Pritchard.
Yeah.
Or Pritchett from the...
Yes.
Depending on which version you watch.
Mm-hmm.
One's Chris Kattan.
Yeah.
But I think I like that a lot more, where this is just a mysterious place where people outside of the Carmichael family do not go.
Right.
Totally.
Right.
And even they don't even go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that even like in 1408...
Yes.
When the maintenance guy's like, there's a team. We watch them. They go in, change the sheets, and we get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
Well, even him saying like normally we would get people to come out here, but we have trouble getting people out here, so I'm here. That made me like, what's your story?
Yes.
Like we were talking a little bit off mic. I really thought, spoiler alert, when Donald leaves, that's a wrap on Donald.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that this was going to come back in a way where he is more intricately related to what has happened in this house than he presented.
Okay.
I thought that because the way he's kind of wistfully looking at the portrait and Margot looks at the camera like, what the get a load of this guy or whatever. It felt like we were breadcrumbing something.
Okay.
For me, when you have Bradley saying on the documentary that there is a young man, a Carmichael,
right,
who disappeared 30 years ago, and we don't know where he is.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it make sense that there is maybe a middle-aged man that is hovering around the property?
Right.
Okay.
And he's the only contact we have, the only person that we see here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. And maybe it's subverting expectation, because I'm sure a lot of people expected Donald to come back into play. But I was a little disappointed where it was just like, oh no, he really was just setting the
no.
setting the house up for
I took him for what he was. I was like, all right, when you're gone, you're not coming back. Yeah.
Margot thanks him so much for getting them to agree. 5 days will be plenty for them. Donald chuckles that he told them to give Margot 10 days. Truthfully, she could have 20, but really, no one stays here for more than a few nights. This worries Rebecca. She asks if that's because of the internet, but Donald scoffs. As he told Margot on the phone, the internet is reliable. Margot eyes Rebecca before blurting, "I told you so." They continue back into the long hallway. This did serve its purpose of showing us the layout of the foyer, the hallway, this kind of living area, whatever it is. I thought that was interesting. We talk about James Wan doing it a lot.
Yeah.
I thought it was a clever way to kind of give us the layout of places that we will be visiting and revisiting.
Yeah.
When Rebecca spots a small black button on the wall, she asks what it is. When she presses it, Donald says that they can't hear anything now, but back in the day, when there was a full-time staff working here, that would buzz the kitchen. Margot muses comically that it's very Downton Abbey. As he leads them upstairs, Donald assures them that they will have everything they need, linens and food. He asks which of them like coffee, and Rebecca and Margot reply in simultaneous enthusiasm that they both do. Donald laughs that there's plenty. As they arrive on the second floor landing, Donald says that, believe it or not, the house is pretty much exactly how it was back in October of 1989. Great year. Nobody's lived here full time since then. After glancing toward a bathroom, Rebecca follows Margot and Donald into a bedroom. Standing at the foot of the bed, Donald informs them that this is Catherine's bedroom. She was Arthur Carmichael's youngest daughter. We see a picture of her kneeling in front of a fireplace as Donald reveals that she was only 17 when the whole thing happened. He says also that she wanted to be a filmmaker. So apparently she was always filming around the house, capturing home movies.
It's very convenient.
Yeah.
As soon as he said that, I was like, so we will be getting footage
Yeah.
from 1989.
Rebecca pans up the neatly made bed and the floral wallpaper as Donald muses sadly that she might have had a future in making movies. Not really reading the room, Margot asks, "Reports said her murder was brutal, right? Like it had to be a crime of rage?" Donald agrees with a sigh. And personal. He considers himself lucky that he didn't see the crime scene photos. As he exits, he comments that he can't even imagine what happened in here. Margot stays behind for a moment, looking down at the bed where Catherine Carmichael met her grisly demise.
So Donald is hired by Eleanor's sister to take care of the place.
Right.
He is not related to the Carmichaels?
I guess not. But the way that...
No,
and
it's
I
not
understand
good.
having
Yeah.
reverence and kind of like the sobering moment of like, oh my God, where I'm standing, this fucking horrible thing happened. Like, I understand, but the way that he is acting, I'm like, you're a fucking Carmichael. Like,
Yeah.
I was sure.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is kind of weird as Margot and Rebecca you're told these things and you're like, yeah, we'll sleep there. We'll sleep on the same bed.
See, okay, this was my thing too, because this is a fucking sprawling, gigantic manor, right? And like, as we move forward, it's like, okay, we're only utilizing 2 beds. Let's make it the only 2 beds people were fucking murdered in.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, I think it goes back to like what they were saying earlier. We've gone to these places, nothing has happened.
I'm
it's
sorry,
the same
Margot.
thing in 1408. Not
Right.
to go back, but he did the same thing. I want to stay in these rooms. I want to sleep on these beds. I want me to be haunted.
I'll see you in the morning.
If they've been doing it and have gotten no results,
Then
what does it matter where we sleep?
So when we call ourselves internet sleuths and you're talking about Reddit and everything like this and this unsolved crime, to me, I think that they're more true crime. But then they kind of delve into this supernatural thing. They're like Ryan and Shane. They'll do both.
Right.
Is that,
Yeah.
which one is it that they...
Yeah.
So just like relating to that, Cognetti said that when he was writing this, he was super like enthralled by, you guys remember, is it Murdoch?
Yeah.
The murders?
Yeah.
He was really like arrested by it, like super enthralled by it, watching the documentaries, the trial coverage, whatever. And so he had told Bridget Rose Parada that her inspiration for Margot is if that were happening right now, Margot would be going to the mansion. She would be going to the sites of where these things happened and trying to see them for herself instead of just reading about them or talking about them. So, but that is true crime.
Yeah.
So I don't know, because that is how it's framed. But now that you mentioned it, he does say like, oh yeah, no, she went to go see shit for herself or whatever. And it's like, see what? Like, unless you are talking about ghost hunting or, maybe, I guess both. I don't know.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
It's both.
Okay.
I would really love, because we get Bradley and he was a co-founder of this.
Yeah.
I would love if he were like, oh, we investigated blank, blank, and blank. And Margot, she had to go, you know what I mean? To kind of get a better understanding in like real world context, even if we made up shit, whatever, of what they're doing here, because that's a really good point.
See,
I didn't even question it.
That is also kind of how the Frame documentary kind of drops the ball a little bit, because that would be a really good way to establish Margot better.
Yeah.
Because we really just give like one or two sentences and then it's like, well, she sure filmed everything.
Yeah.
And that's really all that we know about her.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
Maybe we see some of the things that she's filmed, like you're saying.
Yeah.
That would help. Yeah. Next, Donald shows them to the largest room, the master bedroom. The rug, bedspread, and wallpaper all complement each other in matching cream, pink, and green florals. When Margot ventures that Arthur and Eleanor slept here, Donald confirms this. Stepping forward with a smile, Margot wonders if she can ask Donald a personal question. When he gives her the green light, she does. Do you think Arthur did it? Donald just stares back at her. We cut to the hallway where Margot finds a locked room. I wanted to know Donald's answer.
Yeah.
I have to be
They're
honest.
like, we don't need this.
Yeah.
Cut it out. Cut it out.
Keep the tomato part.
Yeah.
I want this, especially for how much we're putting on Arthur.
Right.
Arthur Carmichael killed his entire family and disappeared. I really would like to have at least some kind of deep dive on who Arthur Carmichael is or was. And in this footage that we are certain to see from 1989, I really think we're going to get something about Arthur Carmichael.
Right.
Because it's so crucial.
To kind of show us anything one way or the other.
Yes.
Yeah.
But back to this locked room. Everything beyond the glass doors is shrouded in darkness. When Margot tries to turn the knob, she asks Donald what's in there. He guesses that it's old storage. He hasn't been in there in a year. He doesn't even have the key for it anymore. I'm like, I suspect this is so suspicious to me.
Oh, yeah.
The way that he's like, let's move on.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know. I know I keep like beating this dead horse, but like, why didn't y'all put Donald in it more? Like, I don't know. Whatever.
Well, and Donald also didn't answer that question about Arthur.
Yeah.
So he's like, because I did it.
Yeah.
He's like, no one, Arthur.
And also this room, you are saying that you think it might be storage. You haven't been in it in a year. A year is not that long.
Yeah.
Right.
To change
That's
things.
true.
So it is very suspicious. And what's so funny to me is that you, JP, were watching and you're like, what a nice guy. And you're right.
Yeah, you are.
You're 100% right. You have no reason to be skeptical. We were just judging this dude, I guess.
For no reason.
Well, he's just, it feels almost like a tour.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, what are we learning here before you disappear and then
Forever?
that's it. Yeah.
He leads them into Patrick's bedroom, where the walls are white and the bed is neatly made. Rebecca looks over the tidy wooden desk as Donald stands in the window. Peering down through the sheer curtains, he says that they sadly never found Patrick's body. He suffered a broken arm in the car accident that killed Margaret, and he was apparently very traumatized by her death. He turns his attention over to Patrick's bed and goes over the story with a sigh. They were driving back from the city and they were hit by a truckload of town drunks. Margot offers that she can't even imagine. He's like, yeah, it was really hard on me.
I was going to say, I tried to swerve.
Patrick tried. Anyway. People are like, we get it.
I know. But he does kind of disappear into this memory that isn't his.
That you weren't there for.
No.
Anyway, afterwards, they followed Donald back down to the front door. He tells them that their offices are only about 15 minutes away, so don't hesitate to call. They can usually get here pretty quick. I was wondering where these offices are located because they were on that dirt road, just the dirt road for over 20 minutes.
Yeah.
But before he leaves, he turns to ask Margot, are you familiar with the Abaddon Hotel a town over? I sat up straighter, Missy.
Yeah.
After casting a knowing look at Rebecca, Margot nods that she is. It burned down a few years ago. Donald agrees that it's an empty field now, but there's an antique store that recovered quite a few items, and given the work they do, he thought they might be interested. Margot nods, intrigued, and Rebecca agrees excitedly from behind the camera. She is definitely interested in an antique store. Donald tells them again to call if they need anything before taking his leave, and Margot calls another thank you after him. So he was just a very nice man who's like, I thought you guys might be interested.
And this, for me, firstly, it is establishing a timeline.
Right.
Because now it's like, because I thought he was going to be like, the Abaddon Hotel? Yeah, that whole, just no big deal. But him saying that they know it burned down.
Yeah.
So we are past.
Yes. Three. Yeah.
Lake of Fire.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this antique shop will hold some things that are very crucial to how this thing develops.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm just thinking the whole time, who sent us there?
Right.
Okay. Well, I can see that. I get it. Yeah.
But he's, I guess not.
Yeah.
Alone now, Margot turns to Rebecca. Well, Rebecca admits that it is nice. Her company would definitely buy it if it weren't so huge. She pans up to look at the walls and ceiling before lowering the camera back to Margot, who looks from her phone up to Rebecca. Rebecca asks, what? Margot reveals that Chase is going to be here in about an hour. She starts to walk away and Rebecca follows, scoffing. Margot says that she knows, but don't give her that. It's going to be great. He's going to be an extra set of hands. She tries to continue, but Rebecca interrupts. Margot stops and turns around as Rebecca counters that Chase won't be an extra set of hands. He'll be a liability. When Margot bristles at this, Rebecca apologizes. She's sorry and she loves Chase too, but he is. Margot agrees. She knows, but she thinks he's got his shit together. They just need to give him a chance. Rebecca starts to reply, but she stops herself. She asks if she can turn the camera off now, and Margot says yes. So Rebecca does. Outside, Margot shields her eyes from the sun as they walk the grounds. Looking up at the manor, Rebecca has to admit that this isn't as bad as she thought it would be. Margot intones, I told you so. Later, Rebecca is going upstairs, calling for Margot. She finds her, standing in the hallway and looking into a room with her hands on her hips. Rebecca realizes that it's the storage room that Donald didn't have a key to. She sees that Margot has got it open and asks if they're even supposed to be in there. Margot only offers a shrug, but we can't see inside the room until Rebecca joins Margot down the hall.
Did you open that door when this man left?
And how? She's just like, yeah, I got it open.
You picked the lock or something.
I don't know either. And honestly, you can't give it a day?
Yeah, no.
What if he's like, oh, I forgot to tell those nice women?
She turns the camera toward the dark room and enters. The sun spilling through the windows illuminates two mannequins. They're clowns. Rebecca looks at the first, his expression lifted into a smile with high arched eyebrows. Dark painted points leak from his eyes. The tip of his nose has a red circular dot, and blood leaks down his chin and from his grinning crimson lips. Rebecca comments that she can see why they kept it locked. She decides that they should do the same. She turns to the next clown, taking in his red nose, his forlorn expression, the painted upturned black of his lips, the blood caking his earlobe and running down his neck into his oversized black ruffle collar. When someone calls out for Margot from downstairs, Margot rushes away, announcing that Chase is here. But Rebecca stays back for a moment, still lingering on this mannequin before leaving the room. Cognetti had said that he felt bad for the people staying here overnight in the house because where they had the clown set up, they just had to leave him there. And so he was like, if they got up in the middle of the night,
that's
fuck that.
You couldn't close those doors?
No.
I know.
He was like, we had to set them up right outside their bed. No, just Downstairs, Chase Bentley, played by James Liddell, has entered the manor, calling out for his sister. Rebecca follows as Margot rushes to him and pulls him into a hug. She says that she missed him, and Chase returns the sentiment before noticing Rebecca with her camera. He comments that they've started already. This is how it's done? Margot's like, this is how it's done. But she pivots from that, squeezing her brother's shoulders as she grills him. Oh my God, hi! His face, how is he? Good? Is he seeing someone? Did he get here safe? Everything good with that? Chase is like, here we go. He walks away from her, commenting with some annoyance that he's fine and he is seeing someone. He walks over to Rebecca, calling her Scorsese as he hugs her. But Margot's like, you're seeing someone? Chase's attention is still on Rebecca as he marvels. She's making you record every conversation? Rebecca goes, yep, pretty much. Chase nods, but Margot snaps that she's still here. He's seeing somebody? Chase mutters that this is going to make for some great TV someday. He starts down the hall, but Margot follows, telling him not to walk away from her. Is he getting married tomorrow? What's her name? Is she beautiful? Rebecca tells Margot to knock it off.
I don't mean to be rude.
I can see you struggling.
For me, it scenes like this that my eyes just kind of glaze over. Because the thing is we've established several times already that we fucking film everything.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't have to keep, oh, she's really making you film every single conversation. We remember. I promise. You've said it 3 times already.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Take a breath.
I'm sorry. It just the reestablishing of rules really bothers me because it's like
Yeah.
I promise I'm paying attention.
Yeah.
This time.
Yeah. Maybe not the first
Not the
time.
first
Yeah.
time, but I promise I'm not doing anything else, and we know.
Well, how else are we going to establish that she's a protective sister? And I mean, it's my thing is like explicitly stating. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. This is an edited version, as we said before. This is a documentary that somebody has edited the footage of and put together.
Okay.
So my thing is scenes like this. This could have been Bradley
Yes.
saying Chase had a rough time. Margot, she cared about him so much. She would talk about him all the time. It doesn't surprise me that she wanted him to come out to the house so she can keep an eye on him. Like, I think that I know that usually I'm very show, don't tell. But if you're making this a documentary, there are certain pieces that we keep in that I'm like, well, I wouldn't, if I was editing this, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't keep this.
The point of a documentary is to tell.
Right.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I don't know. There are moments where it's like, for me, as somebody who does enjoy and consume found footage films, if we're like, oh my God, we found this tape in a fucking dumpster and we're popping it in or whatever, something like this is excusable because we don't know what's on this tape. We're just fucking watching it. But when you take the extra step of, no, this is curated and edited into a documentary, there are pieces, and Hell House isn't the only series that does it, that it's like, okay, if y'all edited it, why the fuck is this?
Yeah, why'd you leave that there?
And I think that's why whenever we cut back to the documentary, it feels so jarring sometimes.
Okay.
Because it's like you're having your cake and eating it too.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so we're leaving these random weird things in there because it's a found footage film, but also it is an edited documentary that has been scored.
Okay.
And it has been
Yeah,
skipped.
yeah.
So it's like, I don't know which one. And that's why, to me, it is nitpicky. And I'm sure people are rolling their eyes right now.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's super nitpicky, but I
But
think
for
it's
me-
taste. It's just your
It
taste,
is,
what you
yeah.
like in the movie and what you don't.
Because I do agree with you, I'm gonna be honest. I don't mind it because for me, I'm getting more character from these characters that I'm not getting it probably in the rest of the movie.
And
you know what I mean? Like,
and that's
like
fair.
they do things, and though I do get it, we're beaten over the head with the you're recording. I think for me, the only problem that I do have here is that we've already heard Rebecca say something bad, not bad about Chase, but kind of like, look, he's gonna slow us
Concerned,
down,
yeah.
or he's gonna stop what we're doing. But then we get this, and it's like, okay, you guys don't seem like y'all have a bad past, or like you're that upset with Chase. So what the fuck were you talking about a minute ago? Because this seems very like it is unnecessary.
Right.
You know what I mean? But for me watching it, it's like, okay, you just said that about Chase. Let's see what you're gonna do here, and nothing happens. You guys are just fine.
That's honestly a very fair point, because things could be established. Like, what if Chase is super fucking late?
Yeah.
What if he, what is it
Yeah.
that is from Rebecca that it is like, this is going to be such a big deal? And
Well-
she says that she loves him, and so seeing him or whatever, but you don't feel any discomfort.
Yeah,
or-
because I
Yeah.
mean, even that you could be like, I love him, but he is a pain in the ass because he's always late, like you said, or it could be anything, but we don't get any of that.
I feel like, and we establish a little bit more later on, I like the dynamic between Chase and Rebecca, because you can tell that this is an established relationship. You've been with my sister. I know you. Like, they seem comfortable around each other. But that is kind of, when we find out what Chase's troubles were, it does feel kind of cold that she would, that this would be her reaction to Margot being like, oh, I invited my brother to come. That would need that is kind of, that is kind of rough a little bit. Back in Alicia's interview, she surmises that when you look back at Margot's history, you can see where she grew her own passion for solving cold cases. What happened to her at a county fair as a child would leave a mark on anyone. In his interview, Bradley gives more of the story. When Margot was about 10, her family took her and Chase to the county fair. We see the bright, warm lights of a carousel as it slowly turns in the night. Bradley continues that they somehow got separated, and a man she didn't know tried to lure her away from the fairgrounds. We see a picture of a little girl at a fair, the green grass beneath her, and a stand with plush prizes behind. White text on screen reveals that this is Margot Bentley. Bradley says that it took Margot a little while to realize that something was wrong. She started to scream, so the guy ran off, but she couldn't help her parents or the police identify him. From her interview, Alicia proposes that once Margot got older, it must have really sunk in that she could have died that day. Several others went missing from that same fair over the years, and they were never seen again. She thinks that in some way, Margot felt responsible. I think that this is an understandable and intriguing kind of catalyst for Margot's
Web
career.
sleuth?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
I agree. And I also think that it's a really cool way to incorporate something that was hinted at.
Yes.
Was it the third film?
Yes.
Because it's very cryptically discussed, the Rockland County Fair.
Yeah.
And now we're kind of getting a little more layers to that to understand why it was such a frightful situation, why they did reference it in that way in the third one and not really touch on it.
Yeah.
And now it's like, oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's what happened?
That is something that I appreciate in this franchise, like good, bad, or ugly. They do a really good job of mentioning something or just having it established as part of the history of the area without delving too deep into it. And so you kind of leave that loose end, not in an unsatisfying way, but when you come back to tie it up, it's like, oh shit, you guys have been talking about that for 2 movies already.
Yeah.
It's done in a really, like, the way that Cognetti kind of crafts and weaves a tale, it's very interesting.
Because I especially with thinking that the third film would be the last one.
Yeah.
The majority of the time, it doesn't feel intentional, but it's like knowing that he's going back and seeing these threads that he's like, maybe I could pull at that.
Yeah.
And this is one of them that I think is pretty successful.
Yeah. Bradley shares that in college, he and Margot envisioned the website that would become Net Sleuths. Over the years, they developed it into a significant community of internet detectives focused on solving the unsolved.
It was them and the Winklevoss twins, I believe. They totally cut them out.
We see a picture of Margot and Rebecca standing arm in arm and smiling big on their porch, Margot's hand raised high in the air.
So then unsolved is, I guess, everything.
I guess
so.
Will remain unsolved. So they really were that. They are Ryan and Shane. Bradley admits that Margot always had to take things a step further. She started a routine of staying in the places she was investigating and taking fun photos and videos. We linger for a moment on another happy picture of Rebecca and Margot during one of these investigations before Bradley says, her last investigation ended up being the Carmichael Manor. Alicia gives us another rundown of the alleged events. On October 10th, 1989, Arthur killed his wife, daughter, and son during the night. He brutally stabbed them and left the manor with Patrick. After dumping his son's body in an unknown location, Arthur completely disappears. Everything fades to black and text on screen appears. Night 1. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
A lot of leaps.
This is a fucking dookie ass working theory.
Come on.
There's no context, no evidence. He was carrying Patrick. He must have dumped his body. Like, what are you talking about?
There's too many assumptions. And I'm sorry, dude. Yeah. Patrick's arm was broken.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he can't kill 3 sleeping people.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
I know.
But they're certain it's Arthur.
It is funny hearing that because it's like, no, he did it. He walked away, disappeared his son, then he disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, that's really what we're going with?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's...
And they're like, yeah, that's what happened.
Dude, and it's so crazy because it could just as easily be that they were in cahoots.
Yeah.
But then they separated or something happened, but they're like, no, Arthur ditched his body. We have
No, the body was never found. There's literally... This is terrible. This is awful. I was appalled. Yeah. On night 1, crime scene photos are strewn on the dining room table. Rebecca records as Chase sits in one of the chairs and Margot stands at the head of the table. Rebecca asks what makes Arthur the main suspect, and Margot explains that it's because there was no forced entry and there was early snow that year. So it was very easy for the police to spot a single set of footprints leaving the house and going into the woods. And Arthur's the only one in town with feet, I guess, that owns shoes. I don't know.
Did Patrick also break his leg?
Yeah, he couldn't have walked out of there.
I don't know why.
I mean, we could even say
size. What size shoes?
It matched his shoe size. Yeah. It matched the tread of these boots that he always wore. But there are so many ways that we could just bolster this even a little bit
and disappear. Like the tracks go to a standstill and then they're just gone.
Yeah.
Or they go to a house and then it's just nothing. Or what does that
There's
mean?
no elaboration.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a note left behind and it looked like Arthur's handwriting and just said, I'm sorry. Or I'm taking Patrick. Or it bolster this a little bit because this is I'm side-eyeing every officer in Rockland County right now.
I would expect our sleuth to be a little more
to say actually this is a dookie theory.
Yeah. And honestly, I feel like that would work a lot better for me if maybe the talking head in the documentary is like, oh yeah, it was Arthur 100%, but we get to Margot and she's like, I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Rebecca asks about Patrick, and Margot reveals again that his body was never found. However, since there was blood all over his bed, they think that Patrick may have been Arthur's first victim. I'm sorry.
All right.
He kills his son first, then Catherine, then Eleanor, stabbing all of them.
So Arthur gets out of bed. He's like, I'll be right back, honey.
Yeah.
and leaves her there.
Yes.
Kills the son first, kills
Correct.
the daughter, then comes back and kills her.
And then goes back and picks up Patrick and takes
And
him in the
carries
woods
him.
and disappears his body.
Come on.
I don't know.
And where was Tully during all this?
Yeah, hey, that's
what I
good,
wanted.
yeah. That's the real question.
She slides one of the photos across the table, and Rebecca only glances at the picture of the bloodstained bedding for a second before averting hers and our eyes and muttering, "Oh my God." As Margot exits the room, it dawns on Rebecca that Catherine was murdered in the room that they're staying in. But yeah, Donald showed you that.
Yeah.
As Chase walks by, Rebecca asks in a small voice, "Can we switch with Chase?" Rebecca finds Margot standing next to the
where
small
Patrick was
staircase.
murdered?
Yeah.
No, where Eleanor was murdered.
So
Like you said, the only rooms we can stay in.
it's so weird. Like nobody is staying in a room that's clean.
Yeah.
Margot claps her hands together, continuing with the supposed events of the night. Arthur Carmichael walks down these stairs, covered in blood, with no time to change his clothes. She hurries past her brother as she marches down the hallway into the front door. Rebecca follows. Margot turns and snaps her fingers, saying, "No, he's just gone. No trace of blood anywhere, not even in the snow." She puts her hands on her hips and sighs deeply, having delivered the conundrum. Rebecca asks again about Patrick's body. Was Arthur carrying it? How was that explained? Margot shakes her head. It's not explained. Chase doesn't understand what Margot wants from him. He's glad she called, but he's not much of a sloth. Rebecca and Margot bust out laughing at this, and Margot corrects her brother. It's not sloth, it's sleuth. So Chase reiterates, "Well, I'm not much of a sleuth." Editors like, keep this in.
He's mouthing it as they're on playback.
He liked the joke.
It's cute. It's cute.
It reminded me of on Django Unchained when Billy Crash goes to Django. It's like you're not reading it. Like I don't know why this is supposed to work at all.
So As they return to the dining room, Margot gives her orders. She needs at least 2 cameras filming at all times. She hands one over to Chase with preemptive thanks. She says that she wants everything recorded, even mundane stuff not related to the investigation.
Well, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There you are.
And we're going to keep it all in.
Yeah. Oh, they do.
As they settle into chairs around the table, Rebecca shares with Chase that Margot thinks that of all the places they've been to that have supposedly been haunted, this one's for real this time. She and Chase both look over to Margot, who sits at the head of the table, nodding her agreement. When her phone starts to ring, Rebecca jumps up from the table and leaves the room. She picks up, asking Linda if she can hear her, but the call is dropped. Rebecca laments in a sigh. Damn it. We needed that too.
Well, these are Rebecca's priorities.
Yes,
yeah. Later, Margot is behind the camera when she walks down the upstairs hallway, announcing to the sleuthers that this is their first night at the Carmichael Manor. She provides her own echo as she swings the camera around their bedroom. She pushes the door open and finds Rebecca sitting on Catherine Carmichael's bed with paperwork around her and a laptop in front of her. Margot comments that everyone seems to be settling in before asking Rebecca how it's going. Rebecca chuckles that she's sorry. She'll be more help in the morning. Before they left, her job sent her all these listings to go through for her presentation. But thank God the internet does work. Margot assures her that she totally gets it. New job, new responsibilities, but she thanks her sincerely for coming with her at all this time. Rebecca latches onto this. About that. She says that Margot knows she loves going on these adventures with her, cracking old mysteries. She truly loves it. Margot senses the but coming, so Rebecca delivers it. This is probably the last time she's going to be able to go with her. At least for a little while. She explains that she really likes this job and she needs it to stick. And going to old murder houses? She sighs and closes her laptop before asking Margot to turn off the camera for a second. Margot lowers it and does as she's asked.
the fact that this has happened twice and Margot has actually stopped taping.
Totally agree.
It's like a refreshing surprise.
Totally agree. And I noticed it too, because in most movies it's like, yeah, no, it's off. The red light means it's off.
Well, that's other people's problem, not mine. I'm just a cameraman.
Right.
Margot enters the room Chase is staying in, Arthur and Eleanor's bedroom. She films as she tells him hello, and Chase returns the greeting with a chuckle. He thanks her for giving him the big room, remarking that it's probably the nicest room he's ever slept in. He thought she'd put him in the attic or something, and Margot jokes that she hasn't ruled that out. Chase sits down on the bed, and Margot spots the camera she gave him sitting on the nightstand. Off. When she feigns confusion, "What is that? A camera?" Chase assures her that tomorrow he won't ever put it down. He promises to even take it with him to the bathroom.
You can put it down.
Yeah.
You don't need to do that. He asks if Margot really thinks this place is haunted. And with a sigh, she admits that she doesn't know. But if it is, she asks for him to please get it on camera. Chase questions if any of the other places she's been to were actually haunted. And Margot chuckles that they weren't. So Chase doesn't understand. Why call him now? Margot's like, "What do you want me to say, Chase?" Getting to his feet, Chase fills in the gaps. That maybe mom called and told her that he had an incident and she thought this would be the best way to keep an eye on him. Margot presses. And what if that's true? Would that be so bad? She reasons that this way she gets to help him and he gets to help her. Chase stresses that he doesn't need help, but Margot scoffs at this. "Oh, you don't? Because last she heard, he went missing for 2 days and no one knew where he went." Chase turns away from his sister and her camera, scratching the back of his head and chuckling nervously when he counters that that's not what happened. He turns back to her, repeating that it's not. The siblings stand in silence until the camera cuts.
So this is kind of establishing he has never taken part in any of these before.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, that does lend itself to an interesting dynamic, especially like we're saying between him and Rebecca, because neither of them really want to be here.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not something that they're used to or even seem to have much of an interest in.
And it's a shame because this is like baby's day out for Chase, reluctantly so. And for Rebecca, it's like she had 1 day left till retirement.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's not fair.
Well, that and mom had to call you, and then now it's like, come on, dude, what the hell?
And I think that would have worked well if we're not going to go the route like we think that they should with using the documentary as more of an expository thing. That could have been a conversation between Rebecca and Margot. I got this call from my mom.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
The wind is howling loudly in the middle of the night when the camera comes back on. Margot snatches it up and calls for Rebecca when she turns to find their bed empty. She steps out into the hallway and finds Rebecca there, aiming her camera over the banister, angling it toward the darkness downstairs. When Margot approaches her, Rebecca explains in a whisper that she heard something down there. It sounded like a girl was singing. Rebecca hurries down the stairs and stands on the landing, aiming her own camera into the darkness. In Rebecca's footage, Margot glances up at her, wondering if she got it on camera. Rebecca admits that she doesn't think she recorded it in time, but at least she tried. Margot sighs. The two stand in silence while the wind continues to whistle loudly outside the house. After a moment, Margot turns up at Rebecca and thanks her for using the camera. Rebecca holds it up with a smile.
I thought that was sweet.
Yeah.
It was cute.
I hope it wasn't a dig at Chase. She's like, 'cause his is on the fucking...
The lights are on in the bedroom when Rebecca turns her camera on later and greets the sleuthers with a wave. Before she can get the greeting out, she laughs at herself, admitting that she can't take that seriously. The camera's propped up to face the bed, and Rebecca walks over, making it with new white sheets and sharing that last night is the last night she's sleeping in those sheets. She got this new bedding because the old ones had a weird odor to them. Addressing Margot through the camera, she says that since she wants her to film everything, she's going to get all of this. She struggles to find which corner goes where on the sheet before figuring it out, lamenting that Margot is suspiciously absent when it's time to make the bed. The job finally done, she turns to the camera with a, "There you go, Margot." She picks the camera up, carrying it over to the bed, where she scans the pristine new sheet, telling Margot that she can thank her later. A tense score begins to creep as we linger on these crisp white sheets for a moment before Rebecca swings the camera around to get her face in the shot, framing the bed behind her. And in the seconds it took for the camera to come around, the bed behind Rebecca is no longer fresh, clean, and white. Catherine Carmichael's butchered body lays in a pool of her bright red blood. Oblivious to this, Rebecca smiles, figuring that if this is going to be their last adventure together, they may as well have fresh sheets, right? The score goes frantic as Catherine slowly cranes her neck to look over at Rebecca. But Rebecca knows nothing, blowing a kiss to the camera and telling her girlfriend that she loves her before it cuts to black.
So that's very troubling.
Yeah, that's your problem. That's why the sheet stunk.
Dude. So I think I found the issue. Yeah. How often, I know we are taping everything, but how often do we review our footage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what would be kind of cool? I know that we're rewriting a lot. But if that is Bradley's role, is we're sending him this footage and maybe he sees something incredibly troubling.
Okay.
But he can't get through.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
You know?
Yeah.
I also just this like swivel around of the camera that quick.
Yeah.
Like I loved that.
Yeah.
Because you're like, oh shit. Like it was really good.
I feel like that's something that this series does quite often.
Yeah.
And it's usually like this time very successful.
Yeah. Later, Margot finds Rebecca and Chase in the dining room. Chase asks what time this all happened because he slept like a baby last night. Margot interrupts the conversation with a greeting to her little sleuths. She sits down, and Rebecca proposes that they check out that antique shop today. They could find some really good clues, and also maybe the perfect wooden bench. Margot interrupts. "For the foot of our bed. There it is." Rebecca glares at her playfully. Chase turns to his sister and asks what he should do. She tells him to stay here and film. Chase is like, "You don't need me to do anything?" And when Margot confirms this, he shrugs and decides that he'll just hang out here and let her know if he sees any ghosts. As they gather up their breakfast dishes, Margot says that Chase might get lucky with breakfast and a show because according to Rebecca, they love to sing. Rebecca stops in her tracks to correct Margot. She said that it sounded like singing. She didn't say it was actually singing.
I don't understand the point for the distinction.
Yeah.
But I was fairly certain that Chase would be dead by the time we returned. I was very scared for him.
Chase would be dead by dawn.
Yeah.
Yes, dead by dawn.
In the storage room, we glide over the clown mannequins before finding a large wooden chest. Margot sets her camera down to record as she lowers herself to the ground in the shot and opens it. The lid creaks as Margot lifts it, and when she sees the contents inside, she lets out a sigh. Inside is a folded black and white clown costume, and on top of that is a drawing of a very familiar looking clown.
Mm-hmm.
Margot looks at this for a moment before returning her attention to the inside of the box. She takes out a carnival knockdown clown doll and looks at it in her hands, her usual upbeat and curious energy dimmed. Cognetti had said that they were trying to find these like vintage knockdown dolls, but they were insanely expensive. So these were made for the film.
Really?
They look
wow.
old. They look worn. They look really, really good.
Yeah.
Rebecca finds her, remarking that she thought they were leaving. But when she sees the open crate, she kneels next to Margot to take a look. She takes red balls from inside, deciding that the contents have creepy carny vibes. She snickers at this before realizing how disturbed Margot looks. When she asks if she's okay, Margot says that she is. So without pressing further, Rebecca insists that they get on the road. I don't know Margot very well. I only have known her for probably about half an hour at this point. But this is not typical behavior from her. And I think her finding this in this chest, she'd be like, oh, look, well, like, I feel like this would excite her.
Yeah.
Because she seems on the quest to find something creepy, and she really wanted to see what was in this room. And she didn't seem disturbed by the clowns before when we opened this door.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, Chase is here. And then she wanders off. So I'd be like, what's wrong? What's going on?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would think like this has to be obviously connected to something.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And it would kind of change everything. But then again, I feel like if you saw those other clowns, you would have a similar.
Yes.
It would be the same reaction.
That's fair.
That's why I'm like, if it's just like she freezes up when she sees clowns or whatever.
Yeah. But she was like, "Ooh, good thing it wasn't the black and white." Oh.
Yeah. Oh shit. But yeah, I just, if I'm Rebecca, I'd be like, "What are you? No, you're not okay. What's wrong?"
Yeah.
You know, because she's very showy, very goofy, very everything's a joke, and she looks disturbed.
Right.
Margot finds Chase when he's coming out of the bathroom in fresh clothes from having taken a shower. He smiles that this place is incredible. He feels like he's on vacation. Margot laughs. She explains that she and Rebecca are going to go antiquing, and she just wanted to make sure that he has everything he needs and he'll be okay on his own. Chase knew that y'all were doing this. Y'all talking about her breakfast, but Chase assures her that he's fine and he'll keep an eye on the place for her. Margot lingers, not saying anything until Chase prompts. What? Margot asks, where's your camera? It's like, you even said in the bathroom, Chase. Chase points to the camera sitting on the desk on the other side of the room, and Margot reminds him that they're only here for 5 days, so please don't be shy with the camera. Chase is like, all right. Margot finally takes her leave, thanking her brother and telling him that she and Rebecca will be back in a few hours. He's like, oh no.
Yeah. We hardly knew ye.
Later, Chase props up the camera and looks straight into the lens, telling his sister that if she wants footage, she's going to get some footage. It cuts to him suddenly jumping out of the closet with the boo. Next, he sits dramatically turned away from the camera, stroking his chin and musing in a dry British accent that he's solved Margot's murders. He turns with a cocked eyebrow, scoffing that it turns out there were no murders at all. We quickly cut to Chase doing clapping push-ups in the middle of the room before returning to this detective character. The Carmichaels faked their own death as a tax evasion scheme. He walks through the room with a white blanket over him, making ghostly noises and asserting, "It's me, Arthur Carmichael."
There he is.
That is funny.
And this will be the only appearance.
Yeah. He stands in the doorway of the bathroom, toothbrush in hand and white sudsy toothpaste in the corner of his mouth, as he does another character, asserting in a gravelly voice that Margot brought this upon herself. She's going to get a day in the life of. He walks away, brushing his teeth. We hear him spit into the sink, but when a strange thud follows, Chase steps back out of the bathroom, confused. He calls out to Margot, then to Rebecca. But when he, of course, receives no answer besides another thud, he puts the toothbrush back and grabs the camera.
Cognetti said that this was one of his favorite things to do, was working with a sound designer and deciding what sound is going to be this thud, what sound are going to be these footfalls.
Yeah.
How loud is it going to be? How distant is it going to sound? And you think about it as a filmmaker, how cool that must be.
Yeah.
To be designing these scares like this with that level of intricate thought. And I just thought that would be a really cool thing to do as well.
Yeah.
The first thud, I'd be like, okay. Then the second one, I'd probably poop my pants a little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little. Because the second one was, I'm here. So I was like, oh, wow. I'm not alone.
Well, you said you take it to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Watch. Chase aims the camera toward the door, calling out to his sister again and asking if they're home. The thud comes again, this time recognizable as a bouncing ball. Chase steps out of his room and into the hallway where he finds, in the center of the polished wooden floor, a red ball from the chest in the storage room.
This, to me, felt like it had to be a nod to The Changeling. I don't know if either of you have seen that.
Okay.
But you have to know.
Yeah.
I thought it was a clown nose.
I did too when she took it out of the chest.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I did too.
So it must be the knockdown ball.
Right.
Yeah.
Chase notices this and calls out again, warning that they better not be fucking with him. But that's when he hears the footsteps creaking on the floor, thudding as they seem to come closer. But there's no one there. A shadow suddenly stands against the wall, moving slowly back and forth in the sliver of light coming from the window in the storage room. Chase continues to call out, demanding that they say something. He finally, slowly, makes his way down the hall, and the shadow on the wall goes completely still. Steeling himself, Chase mutters, "All right, motherfucker." It's like, all right.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. He gathers his strength and turns toward the open door of the storage room. Sunlight seeps in through the windows on the opposite wall, the caster of the strange moving shadow in the hallway. But there's no one inside the storage room except the two clown mannequins standing in dark silhouette. Chase's breath catches and creeping music begins as he comes in to get a better look at the clowns. The one on the right still sporting his bloody grin, and the one on the left with his drawn expression seeming to look right back at Chase. It cuts to black.
Very effective.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This scare I liked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And again, these clowns, no motion, no movement.
Mm-mm.
Very subtle things happening with their features.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't understand how this isn't the end of it. Like, this is my first investigation.
Confirmed
Yeah.
it's haunted. Yeah.
Yeah.
We immediately, because it's a matter of this shadow makes no sense.
Right.
And so we've got something.
It was pacing.
Yes.
Yeah. I would have waited outside for my
Yes.
sister and old lady to come back.
And it's
like,
it's time to
I'm
go.
not staying in here by myself.
No,
It's like,
no.
hey, where are you guys at?
Yeah.
You need to come. I'm outside. Yes.
Mhm.
It's like, those are birds you hear.
I'm in the courtyard.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I'm not waiting in there.
Oh. And haven't these Hell House movies been released?
Yeah. Yeah. So they should have known something about. Yeah.
That's
But at the antique shop, Rebecca marvels at all the cute items. She spots something and cries out, "Oh my God!" She picks it up, a small wooden stool that she jokes is the perfect bench for the end of their bed. She sets it back down, laughing that it is a little small though, and Margot agrees. They move further into the antique shop until Rebecca finds a corner marked with a sign, Hotel Abaddon Memorabilia. Margot films as Rebecca looks at a Hell House t-shirt, but they're both startled when the antique store clerk, played by Celeste Seacon, speaks up from behind them. "You from out of town?" They turn to find her silhouetted darkly against the sunny windows, and they say that they are. When Margot asks what all this is, the clerk tells her they're all the things found at the Abaddon Hotel before it burned to the ground. Margot lingers on a small table with a wooden planchette, a bottle of Wynn wine, and a shiny silver call bell. That's cool as hell.
Yeah.
On a framed painting, a note has been taped. Artifacts from the Abaddon Hotel, retrieved from a corner of the basement after it burned down. So it was before or after?
Yeah. She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." It was actually after. I'm new here.
It's like, are you from out of town?
Yeah, seriously. She's like, "Cheese it." She doesn't even work here.
Yeah. She was trying to steal shit too.
Yeah.
We cut to Alicia's interview where she admits often wondering if anything would have turned out differently if Margot and Rebecca hadn't wandered into that antique shop. We are treated to Margot's shots of items from the hotel as Alicia continues that there was nothing there that was that big of a deal. But then Rebecca noticed something about the clock and everything changes. Back in Margot's footage, Rebecca leans in close, confiding in a whisper. It has compartments. When Margot's like, what? Rebecca shushes her before repeating that it has secret compartments. She goes over to the grandfather clock taken from the Abaddon Hotel. When Margot asks how she knows this, she explains that it's a German manufacturer and one of her listings has the same clock. They built them all the same way. She goes to the side of the clock and starts to carefully feel around the wood inside. Margot asks why she's whispering, and Rebecca whispers fiercely, "It's secret!" Finally, she finds the panel and removes it, much to Margot's amazement. Rebecca reaches inside the clock and pulls out a necklace. A cross pendant dangles from it when she holds it up. She hands it over to Margot and reaches back inside. She pulls out a film canister with a shrug. Excited, Margot looks over to the counter, and when the clerk isn't there, she sets her camera down and films herself taking the canister from Rebecca. She slides it into her purse. I feel like maybe we don't need to capture this.
Just my crimes.
Rebecca snaps that they can't take that, but Margot corrects, unbothered. Yes, we can. Rebecca reaches back in and finds a bundle of letters. She takes one and reads, "All staff must be present Thursday, September 15th. Hotel will be closed. He wants Beverly found and safely brought back to the hotel of fear she might be pregnant. Please handle with caution." Confused, she hands it over to Margot. Margot snatches the letter from her and deposits them into her bag, deciding, yep, we're taking everything. When Rebecca says again that they can't, Margot doubles down that they can. No one knows it exists. As Margot goes to retrieve the camera, Rebecca glances nervously at the counter.
I understand as far as pacing is concerned, we have to have some scares between all the other things that are happening.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but think we find this cross pendant in this clock.
Mm-hmm.
We bring it back to the Carmichael Manor.
Then it starts.
Then we see Catherine.
Yeah.
I feel like that makes a lot more sense, especially with what the talking head said on the documentary.
That's fair.
Yeah.
To me as well, I think that would explain why people have been able to stay here before and nothing happened to them.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
Poor Chase is still wandering around the manor, calling out for Margot and Rebecca and asking if they're back home. The hallways are dark and shadowy, and Chase laments that, of course, the fucking power is out. I was like, what's happened? What's happened since we left him?
He's like, I got honey all over my legs.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
He's going through
How
it.
did that happen?
He laughs nervously as he sweeps the camera back and forth, going up and down the hall before something stops him in his tracks. An unmistakable giggle. Chase turns around to look back down the dark hall, back the way he came. He calls out, asking who that was. He zooms into the end of the hall, where an arm clutches the corner, the rest of the body unseen. Finally, the hand's grip loosens and the arm disappears around the corner. This was creepy as hell because you almost don't know if that's what that is.
Yeah.
And then when it moves, you're like, nope, yep, that was the fucking arm.
And this is what I didn't want to see at 2 a.m. when I was thirsty.
Yeah.
It's like, hand me some water.
Yeah, seriously. Can you help me?
Make yourself useful. Chase's breath shudders as he continues to stare, and with the musical sting, a woman in a dress leans around the corner to peer at him, a mask covering her face. This looks creepy as hell.
Yeah.
And this is a new visual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Chase gasps, and the camera begins to tremble in his hands as he starts to step back. He demands to know who that is, pleading with them to say something. But the girl just continues to stare until she slowly pulls back, disappearing once again around the corner. his breath and hands shaking. Chase musters the strength to stomp down the hall and into the living room. But there's no one there. The score is tense as he scans the room, our view coming in and out of focus as he struggles to catch his breath. Margot and Rebecca finally return, and as Margot announces their arrival, Rebecca looks around, noticing that the power went out. Chase comes down the hall toward them, still breathing heavily. Margot looks at him with worry as he asks if he can talk to them.
The relief I would feel just to see them again.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like if her whole motivation was to keep an eye on her brother because there was an incident that we get into later, why would you leave him here alone and then go to the antique shop? Like, I understand that you need surveillance or whatever, but this could be when you set a camera up, Paranormal Activity style, and then you come back and watch the Ouija board set itself on fire or whatever, what have you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't leave my brother here if I'm so worried about his state of mind that I need him here on this investigation when he doesn't do this.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Thanks,
I don't know.
Nay.
You're coming with us.
But that does, and it also would make it a little more difficult to finally get around to watching it, maybe.
Yeah.
And you can still have this air of, well, we're still looking.
Right.
Yeah.
As
because
opposed to, no, we
haven't
found
seen
it.
this.
Yeah.
Because this is so big. This scare here, the ball for me is enough.
Well, the shadow.
The shadow for me is enough. That was a full-bodied apparition.
Yeah.
The hand movements.
Hourglass.
Full-bodied. We saw her playing.
Yeah.
Arm.
Giggling.
Mask. Laughing. She's fucking around. I'm not staying here.
No.
And we've only been one night. It's day 2. This is too big for us to continue to like kiki and look through shit and act like this hasn't been confirmed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And if Margot and her fuck ass Bob wants to stay here, Margot and her fuck ass Bob can stay here.
Yeah.
Chase saw this.
Yeah. It is, again, I'm outside.
Yes.
There's no way.
Birds.
Yeah. It's the birds. Give me a trailer. I'll stay out there.
Sure.
It's fine.
I'll sleep in the car.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Whatever. It's such genuinely a good scare. It's so creepy. It's just too much too fast, I think.
Yeah.
Because I'm Chase. I'm walking down the dirt road when y'all are pulling back onto the property.
You can chase my ass out of here. I'm already gone.
Later, Chase stands in the brightness of the window as Rebecca sits at the table in front of her laptop. When he points out that it's right there, Rebecca is like, oh my God, you can see a face. Margot zooms in on her brother, asking if he's sure he was alone. Throwing his arms wide, Chase rightfully questions who else would be here, down here and upstairs? Rebecca looks up at Margot, realizing that she might be right about this place and might actually be real. When Margot starts to speak, Rebecca cuts her off, telling her, don't say I told you so. In Bradley's interview, he confides that he always thought there was something more behind her going to the Carmichael Manor, like she was after a bigger piece of a bigger puzzle that had eluded people for years. But she definitely found it.
I feel like some of these cutaways are just for the trailer.
Yeah. Yeah.
In her interview, Alicia brings up the film canister that they found in the Abaddon's old clock. She muses that something so game-changing was right there the entire time. We press in on the clock standing innocently in the corner of the Hell House footage. She elaborates. When Hell House was there, when Insomnia was there, it was just waiting for someone to open it and find it. And over 30 years later, someone did. I do like seeing this clock in the Hell House footage.
I do.
And the idea that like some sort of missing link or, but bigger puzzle piece, what do you say, was right there the whole time. That is interesting.
It is. It's a little funny to me the way they like show the clock like if it was
It's
a
like,
person.
you guys.
Yeah.
Like it was a person. Remember her from
Yeah. Remember
from
this
the other-
clown? What?
Yeah. To me, I feel like this is where it has a face. Maybe it is a person.
Yeah. All right.
This is where we kind of start to get a little convoluted.
Okay.
For me, because it's like, okay, what items did we have
Yeah.
For
that
sure.
we can maybe hide some things in or have some way to, I think it just gets to be a little too much. And kind of explaining away, what would this footage be doing in the clock in the Abaddon Hotel? Why is it there and not found in the manor, in the chest where it exists inside this place when we learn what it is?
I can't get inside the mind of a ghost.
Okay.
I'm not going to try.
No.
I'm not even,
Yeah.
not even gonna try.
That's God's job.
Yeah.
We see B-roll of the reel spinning and an out-of-focus film being projected onto a wall, as Bradley says that he thought it would be old footage of the Abaddon since the footage was found inside the hotel. But when he processed it, that's not what he saw at all. Bradley goes quiet until the interviewer prods. What did you see? He answers, the Carmichaels. The screen goes black and white text reads, the following footage was developed by Bradley after receiving it in the mail from Margot. By the time the film was ready to view, Margot had been dead for several days. Dark music swells. It's like, all right, damn, dude.
I know.
Finally, the film begins. Text on screen supplies that it's June 18th, 1989. And guess what would happen in just 2 days?
Yeah.
From behind the camera.
Just go right back.
I got a job to do. Catherine walks downstairs, calling out for Margaret. She walks into the hallway where we just saw Chase get the shit scared out of him. When Margaret doesn't answer, Catherine calls out for her brother instead. But as she starts down the hall, a girl in a dress and a mask peeks out at her from behind the corner, identical to what Chase just experienced. Catherine yelps and jumps back. Patrick steps into view cackling, and Catherine calls him an asshole. They scared the shit out of her. Patrick shrugs not to be mad at him. It was all Margaret's idea. The figure around the corner enters the foyer with them, pulling up the mask to reveal that it's just Margaret. Offended, she snaps at Patrick that it wasn't her. He's the one that said they needed to add some drama to Catherine's movies. Catherine counters that these aren't supposed to be manufactured drama. It's cinema verite. That's the whole point of the project. But Margaret just tells her sister that she's lucky. Patrick wanted her to hide in the closet. Huh. Huh.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. Patrick agrees that that would have been awesome, but he tells Margaret that they have to go if they want to avoid the bridge traffic. Catherine asks where they're going, and Margaret reveals that they're going to her first rehearsal in the city. They're doing Faust in 3 weeks, and their brother is gracious enough to give her a lift. Faust?
Right.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Was it Russell Wynn's Insomnia?
Yeah.
That's right.
Catherine asks if she can go with them. It would make for some great footage, but Margaret tells her regrettably that their mom said she has to stay here. She says not to worry, though. They'll be back before dinner. I don't... What? The way she says it. Mom said you have to stay. Like, what? What's... It was just weird.
Yeah.
I have no... I'm also weirded out.
I just thought there was going to be more of like, Catherine wasn't allowed out of the house. Or like...
Yeah,
so, like,
yeah, okay.
But it's just like, nah.
You stay here.
Yeah. Well, I thought there was going to be, because you said mom and dinner and everything.
Yeah.
Can we meet your mom?
No.
Yeah. Nope.
We just got the picture, the one photograph.
Or Arthur, who has killed everyone at this.
No.
Yeah, no.
They're busy.
Okay. Her father's directing Faust.
Yeah.
Changing the subject, she tasks her sister with getting one last shot of her before she goes to shine on stage. Margaret's features lift into a big smile as she holds up her mask with one hand and throws her other arm wide, posing for Catherine to capture her shine. The film freezes there and presses in on Margaret. As we see another photo of Margaret posing with Patrick, who looks up at her lovingly while she cheeses for the camera, Alicia reveals that sadly, this would be the last image ever taken of Margaret. She was killed later that evening, and Patrick was never the same again. The score mounts before it all cuts to black, and text on screen reveals Night 2. Chase films as Margot admits that the most frustrating part is that there's really no obvious motive. She sits with all the letters from the antique shop spread out on the table in front of her. Rebecca's in the background, sitting on the couch and lit by the glow of her open laptop. Chase sits across from his sister, filming as he asks if they found anything interesting at that antique shop. Margot reports that sadly, they didn't find anything about the Carmichaels, but they found a lot of weird shit about the Abaddon Hotel. She picks up one of the letters and reads it aloud. Something's coming. Hold the nightfall. All things die and never come back. We'll revisit this. We're going to revisit this later.
Yeah.
So just
Yeah.
keep this in mind. Rebecca remains silent behind Margot, but the grimace on her face says it all. Chase quips that sounds like a fun nursery rhyme. Margot shakes her head, pointing out that it seems like a bunch of notes that were supposed to be burned, but instead, someone put them inside a clock. She smiles excitedly before deciding that there was one more she wanted to read. She scans the letters and picks one up. When they return, the most common side effect is bleeding from the face. Doc says some form of hemolacria. She stumbles on the last word and turns to ask Rebecca to Google it. It's crying blood, like blood tears.
Okay.
When they return.
Yeah.
But all things die never come back.
Yeah. It's like,
So,
we've actually done more research.
Yeah.
We'll have to write a second ballad.
Chase has noticed that necklace with the diamond-encrusted cross pendant. When he learns that they found that inside the clock too, he picks it up, deciding that he might keep it in his room. He could use the good luck. As soon as he grabs it, the electricity goes out again. Bathed in stark darkness, Margot tells her brother that there's a light on the camera. She tells him to hit the button on the left side. When Chase takes a moment to find it, she prods that it's not that hard.
It's like your main finger.
Yeah.
No, he's like, I don't know this fucking camera.
Top-wise.
Yeah.
Finally, the light comes on, and Rebecca has joined them at the table now, squinting against the sudden brightness. Chase asks where the breakers are, and Margot leads them to the closet near the front door, nearly disappearing into the darkness of the hallway as they make their way there. Rebecca laments, as if this place could get any creepier. Margot finally finds the closet in the foyer, but as soon as she places her hand on the knob, the lights come back on. So I was very curious to see what's in this closet.
Yeah.
Rebecca breathes a heavy sigh of relief. She was not about to stay here without any power. Margot apologizes. Donald said that might happen. Her words cut off when she sees something in the hallway. Chase rushes to his sister, asking what happened. And that's when he sees it too, right in the middle of the hallway, a bright red ball. Rebecca questions if that's from the chest upstairs, but this just proves again to Chase that there is something not right here. A tense score rises before it all cuts to black.
I do want to commend whenever he does get the light on the camera on.
Yeah.
And we see Rebecca on the other side of the table. We have seen in this franchise so many ghosts in flowing white clothing.
Yes,
Yeah.
I thought it was too.
Yes. And I jumped because I thought that it was maybe Catherine.
It was just Rebecca.
It's just Rebecca.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
I was
got
like,
me
that's
too.
Yeah.
very good. But this ball, they know it from the chest, but Chase does know it from it appearing in the hall.
Yeah.
Tell them.
Yes.
Later, Rebecca is behind the camera, looking around upstairs for Margot. But it's Chase that climbs the steps. And when she asks if he knows where his sister is, he does. She's outside. He asks if he can talk to Rebecca for a second. She says yes and leads them into her and Margot's room. When Chase points out that she put on fresh sheets, she explains that the other ones had this odor. Chase supplies, like an old sweater. Rebecca agrees with a chuckle, and Chase reveals that his do too. He's like, well, I'm just I'm just dealing with it. Rebecca asks if this is a camera-friendly conversation, and Chase invites her to keep filming. He doesn't care. He just wants to gauge her comfort level with all this. He says that Margot goes on these crusades and she doesn't know when to stop. She gets a little obsessive, and that's probably one of the reasons Rebecca loves her. Rebecca presses, but Chase answers. He just wants to make sure they don't stay here any longer than they have to. So if at any point this gets to be too much for Rebecca and she wants to leave, he wants her to know that he totally has her back. Rebecca thanks him, but assures him that she's okay for now, as long as she has internet. Chase chuckles uneasily. Right. He awkwardly wishes her good luck with her call before pulling her into a hug and abruptly leaving the room. I think that he is scared shitless.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd want to leave too, though.
Absolutely.
I seen that first scare. We all just seen that ball a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to stay here anymore.
Yeah. And she's just like, as long as I have internet so I can work. It's like, bitch, are we not living in the same reality?
No, like TikTok will save me.
Yeah, it's like, really?
What?
And again, I think this is like what we talk about very often about the trajectory of these scares and kind of making sure that we're ratcheting up rather than starting too soon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I do think that we're at this point that even if, of course, Rebecca loves Margot, but she seemed trepidatious before.
Yeah.
You saw a full-bodied apparition.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have evidence of something more through shadows and fucking changeling balls rolling in the hall.
Yeah.
I don't care about the internet. The internet, unless I'm contacting someone through the internet and say, pick me up.
Help!
Yeah.
In her interview, Alicia presumes that after all the years of the rumors concerning Carmichael Manor, you could just tell from watching the first day of Margot's footage that they were all probably true. We see footage of Rebecca and Margot joking around inside the house, as Alicia points out that the two of them weren't really fazed at all by any of it. Oddly enough, it was Chase that first started to urge more caution in suggesting that maybe they didn't have to stay the full 5 days. We see Margot standing in the hallway, wrapping her arm around her uncomfortable brother's shoulder before returning to Alicia, who reveals, but then it got worse. The screen goes black and white text reads, recovered from Rebecca's computer.
We'll pretend this is how computers work. For the benefit of what I think is actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I like this a lot.
Yes.
We cut to a virtual meeting where Linda, played by Dana Michelle Kurtz, greets Rebecca warmly. Rebecca smiles at her boss, but as they exchange pleasantries, the screen begins to glitch. Rebecca's expression goes sour as she tries to fix it, and when it goes clear again, she apologizes for the poor connection, explaining that she's out in the country with Margot. She assures her boss that she'll still be able to share her presentation, though. She crosses her fingers. But Linda is beaming. She loves being out in the country. She asks Rebecca how it is there. Rebecca struggles to find a descriptor before deciding that it's different. Linda laughs. That's what makes it great. It's like, lady,
Well, why don't you come out here then?
Yeah. No.
let's trade spots. Ignoring minor intermittent glitching, Rebecca begins her presentation, prefacing that these are all old colonial style, which she thinks is perfect for them to take on because they need a lot of work. She begins sharing her screen so that Linda can take a look at the pictures she has. Rebecca's desktop fills the screen as Linda watches with her brows knitted. But when Rebecca opens the pictures and a beautiful shot of a home surrounded by bright green grass appears, Linda smiles and nods approvingly. Rebecca switches to the next picture, the colonial home framed in the winter snow. She clicks to the next, a picture of the Abaddon Hotel. The sign hangs next to the second story, the same place where Hull House once hung theirs. Rebecca clicks to the next picture, a shot from the white porch of the colonial-style house, looking out onto the spacious yard. But Linda asks, "What was that?" Confused, Rebecca clicks back to find the house in the snow again. The picture of the Abaddon Hotel is gone. She apologizes. She doesn't know how that got in there. She presses forward to show the interiors of the listing: an empty bedroom, a kitchen, a living room with dark carpet and wood panel walls. Linda gushes that she loves this listing. What's the ask on it again? Returning to the picture of the house framed in the green grass, Rebecca tells her that it's $230,000. Linda says that is excellent. She commends Rebecca on her good find. Rebecca thanks her and clicks out of the pictures. She's got another one to show Linda, and she knows that she's going to love that one too. She opens another picture, an ornate foyer with large windows and polished wood floors. It's the foyer to the Carmichael Manor. Linda allows that it is beautiful, but it doesn't exactly scream fixer-upper. Perplexed, Rebecca clicks to the next picture, apologizing because this isn't right. The next picture is in the downstairs hallway. She clicks again. It's closer to the stairs. Click. It's peering up the stairs. Linda shrugs that it's a beautiful staircase. Yeah. But Rebecca clicks again. Our view is climbing the stairs now. Click. It's higher. Click. It's almost at the top. Linda asks if this is maybe the wrong file, but Rebecca says no. She didn't take these at all. Concerned, Linda asks if everything is okay, but Rebecca is consumed by what she's seeing on the screen. She clicks again. The picture is taken from upstairs. Click. It's looking into a room where someone sits silhouetted beneath the window, sheer white curtains masking the sun behind it. Click. Closer now. We can see this person has the same curly hair as Rebecca and is wearing the same camel-colored blazer. She sits at a desk with her back to the door. Worried, Linda asks who that is. Is that you?
Thanks, Linda.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest. At this point, it is so unsettling to me.
Yes.
And just imagining yourself in Rebecca's shoes.
Yeah.
It makes your stomach drop.
It does. I will say, however, there is nothing in the world that you could give me that would make me keep clicking. I don't know. I don't know why she's like, maybe if I keep going.
She needs to know.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
It is scary.
It is.
No, it's really good. Her expression drawn and horrified. Rebecca turns and looks behind her, but there's nothing in the hall. Linda asks gently, is Rebecca okay? Does she need a break to sort this out? Again, Rebecca doesn't respond. She turns back to the computer and clicks to the next picture. Now we are inside the room as an unnerving score plucks pensively. Next to the oblivious Rebecca sitting at the desk, a woman stands in front of the window wearing a white gown. Click. The picture is taken right next to Rebecca's disturbed face now, and the woman is revealed to be Catherine Carmichael, her hair stiff and matted, her eyes completely black. Her darkened lips are open, and knife wounds scar her skin as she brings her face in close to Rebecca's. Rebecca and Linda both scream as the feed grows distorted and cuts out altogether. Rebecca's screensaver dips completely to red, reminding me of something, but I can't put my finger on it, like a style of film or something.
Mm-hmm. No, it doesn't.
No?
No, here's the thing. Quickly.
Get past it.
Get past it. Don't even think about it. Or try to put your finger on it. Here's the thing. As I'm watching this and I see this happen, all I'm thinking is I'm so grateful that we have a witness to this that is not in this house with us.
Yeah.
And so I don't know right now where that could go, but I'm like, because for some reason, this whole time I'm expecting something with Bradley to happen.
Right.
As he is Margot's business partner.
Yeah.
But if it's not, we have Linda.
You know what?
Yeah.
Why would we not get Linda for this documentary? And why would Linda not supply this footage?
Well, we've recovered it from her.
Yeah.
From Rebecca's laptop. My bad.
Again, that's so fair. That's so very fair.
I mean, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And even, I don't know, and I think it's here, but before her screensaver, is there not 3 figures down there before she gets off?
Yeah. I could not tell what that was, but it is like 3 black shapes.
Right.
I was judging her folder placement. I didn't even know. I was like, that's just chaos. I didn't see the.
Yeah, it's right before.
Yeah,
but I didn't know if I was tripping.
Yeah, no, there's 3 figures at the bottom.
Oh, that's even cool. Dude, this is my favorite sequence in the whole
It's
film.
so good.
Yeah,
It's so good.
Yeah.
When Chase rounds the corner into Rebecca and Margot's room with his camera, Rebecca is still wearing the same outfit from the meeting. Margot proposes that theoretically, Linda would have this recorded, right? But Rebecca snaps at her girlfriend that she doesn't care. She never wants to see that again. Margot understands that Rebecca is upset, which Rebecca frustratedly agrees to, but Margot asserts that she's got to see it. Rebecca doesn't care if Margot wants to see it. She probably lost her job today. Chase finally speaks up from the door, asking what the hell happened.
I don't know why that would be true.
Linda's like, get your thing.
Yeah. It's like we have a strict policy about scary shit. Hauntings are not allowed at Linda Realty.
Yeah. Right, ghosts can't work here.
Yes. Quit trying to get your ghost friends jobs.
Linda Realty?
I don't know, dude. We don't know her surname.
Yeah, they didn't give us the company name.
Margot explains that Rebecca said she saw something weird on her video conference, like a person. Rebecca provides the context. In this room, in a picture with me in it. Chase asks if she's okay, and Margot assures him she's fine.
Dude.
That's crazy.
No.
This point forward, I'm like, Margot, girl, let's go outside.
Yeah,
she is maddening.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca counters that she's not fucking fine. She stomps toward the bathroom, lamenting that she wishes she hadn't come this time. Margot laughs bitterly. Oh, so now it's my fault. Rebecca comes back into the room, putting it in basic terms. She may have lost the only job getting them any income. She loves that Margot hunts these old ghost stories, but it's just a hobby. It doesn't pay the bills, and it does nothing for the two of them. It just satisfies some obscure obsession that she has. Margot responds in theatrical shock. When Rebecca drops to the floor and starts packing one of her suitcases, Margot stands from the bed and is like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you kidding?
I know.
Rebecca says plainly that she's getting out of here, and they all should. She congratulates Margot because this place is the real deal. Now let's get the hell out of here. Pacing, Margot tells Rebecca that she's losing her. She mocks all these places that they go to because they might be haunted, but then they find a place that actually might be, and she wants to leave. Might be?
How much more do you need?
Yeah. I know.
Rebecca jumps back up to her feet, confirming that that's true, and she's sure she's not the only one that feels that way. She turns to Chase, bringing him into it. Chase stammers that he agrees with Rebecca. He doesn't think they should stay any longer than they have to.
I was so afraid that he was going to...
Me too. Backslide.
Yeah.
Yes.
Margot looks at him wounded before turning away. Rebecca tells Margot, there you go, before returning to her packing. And Margot offers her brother a sarcastic, thank you. Margot decides it's time for Chase to turn off the camera and give her and Rebecca some time to talk. Chase does as he's asked and leaves the room, turning off the camera as he goes. It's like, you want me to capture everything, or you don't want me?
Yeah, I know.
A lot of mixed messages.
Yeah.
When he turns the camera back on, he's outside, approaching Rebecca. She sits on a bench with a mug in her hand, wrapped in a blanket. He asks how she's holding up, and she pauses before muttering that she appreciates his dedication to the camera. Chase reasons that if they're going to stay one more night, he might as well give Margot a full card. Plus, he's afraid she'll yell at him if he puts it down. Her voice low and wavering, Rebecca concedes that they'll stay one more night and then they'll leave in the morning. I guess that he had to cut that conversation because I don't believe that there's anything that Margot could have said that would get this woman to stay in this house another night.
No. Although I feel like cutting it is very shameful.
Shameful?
Because you've given yourself an out.
Yeah, I don't gotta explain it.
Yeah.
And it really needs to be.
Yeah. Chase promises that she's not getting any pushback from him. Rebecca asks what Margot is up to now, and Chase is like, oh, just retracing the exact steps of a killer and victims for the 1,000th time. He asks carefully if Rebecca still has a job. Rebecca replies that the internet hasn't worked since her presentation, so who knows? Chase tells her that she's going to be all right, but Rebecca just gazes back at him with worried, haunted eyes. It cuts to black, and text on screen reads, Night 3.
And again, we are following the Paranormal Activity.
True, yes.
Yeah.
This was the only condition for her.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not even as if all this shit happened and Margot did convince me to stay, but the internet's gone.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand what she could have said.
Yeah.
Was anyone else a little surprised to learn that this site is not making them any money?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's very fair too. Because it seemed like it was pretty successful, at least the way that Bradley seemed to frame it.
Yeah.
As Rebecca comes over with something to drink for her, Margot is poring over the evidence spread out on the dining room table. Chase sits next to her filming, and when he asks what, Rebecca explains that it's the old picture from the Abaddon clock. Margot agrees. The picture of the Abaddon Hotel makes sense. But this? Margot holds the picture up so that Chase can see and capture it on camera. It's the two clowns from the upstairs storage room, standing stiffly next to each other in the picture. They stand at a booth with the words beneath, "Win a prize, down a clown." He asks, "What the fuck?" And Margot knows. She flips it over to show the writing on the back. Clarksburg Fair, West Virginia, 1975. Margot continues that the game in the background is the same game that's upstairs in this mansion right now, and the clown costumes from the picture are on those two mannequins. Rebecca corrects her. 3 mannequins. When Margot asks what, she clarifies. There's 3 mannequins upstairs.
We're
Bitch,
leaving.
Yeah.
I am in the fucking car already.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that you can be so casual.
And they just keep going.
Yeah. Like, oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah. We must have missed them.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, it was 3.
Margot chuckles that there is. They officially have a direct connection between this house and the Abaddon Hotel. She implores Chase to explain to her how this game gets from Clarksburg to the middle of nowhere, Rockland County, and then this photo gets in the Abaddon clock. Letting this sink in, Rebecca proposes quietly that maybe they should leave tonight. But Margot is adamant. No, they just actually... But her words are cut off when the call button buzzes harshly. Chase asks what the fuck that was, and turning back slowly toward them, Rebecca stutters fearfully that it's the call button. Someone is upstairs, calling down to the kitchen. They sit in silence for a moment, but when the bell buzzes again, Rebecca reaches out for Margot. Chase asks how they know what room it's coming from, and Margot explains that it's there above the door. Chase puts the camera down on the table and goes to check. He comes back, reporting that it says Patrick.
Can we go now?
Oh my
Please.
God. I'm going now. I'll come pick you back up. I'm not getting out of the car, though.
You better run.
But
Yeah, we're not stopping. You can just...
meet me on the dirt road. There's no way.
Yeah, no.
This is so scary.
Yeah.
Margot decides that she and Chase will go upstairs and investigate. She tasks Rebecca with staying down here and using the camera.
We are never splitting up.
I know.
Chase trails behind with the camera as his sister hurriedly rushes up the stairs. When they reach the hallway in front of Patrick's room, they realize the lights are on and can't remember if they were before. Chase calls out cautiously, "Hello?" Of course, no one answers. Chase slowly rounds the corner, entering Patrick Carmichael's bedroom. And there, standing in all his glory next to the bed, with the accompaniment of a musical sting, is the Hell House Clown, played again by Joe Bandelli.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, things are really,
Yeah.
this is really, really bad.
As if it wasn't before.
Yeah, we've reached another level. He looms there in his black and white costume, his breath ragged. Chase asks how the fuck that got here, and Margot has to admit that she doesn't know. When Chase says that it's fucking staring at them, she agrees. The camera trembles as Chase steps closer, peering up at the clown's staring face. Margot encourages him to touch it, and his hand shaking, Chase reaches out and hesitantly bops the side of its head. Satisfied that it's just a mannequin, he lets out a shaky sigh, lamenting that of all the places Margot could pick, she had to pick one with clowns. Margot tells him to shut up. It's fine.
You're insufferable.
I know.
Like,
Yes.
You touch it.
yes.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I
know.
And I'm pissed at Margot because isn't this the costume you saw in the trunk?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was not on.
No.
You recall, it was flat. It was folded.
Yeah.
It wasn't a fucking clown body inside. Say something. And again, not to beat a dead horse, but you're the web sleuth, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Diane's documentary has been released. We
Yeah,
have seen on the news people talking about it. Also, the ghost of Andrew Tully was there.
Famously.
He was.
Famously.
He was.
So how do we not know about this?
Yeah. And even minus if she didn't watch any of that stuff, you're right. This should be her bag.
Yes.
Asking questions, getting clues, figuring stuff out, putting stuff together, and it just kind of seems like this is her first day on the job.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is why Web Sleuth is failing.
Yeah, no,
Get your fucking head in the game.
stop sending her, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bradley's like, I'll handle the next one.
Meanwhile, Rebecca is aiming the camera up the stairs. She calls out to Margot and Chase, asking if there's anyone up there. But she's interrupted when a door slowly creaks open down the hall. Terrified, Rebecca turns to investigate. She finds the closet by the front door open. As she stands there, a red ball rolls out of it, going across the foyer and landing right in front of her. Rebecca gasps and stares at the open door, whimpering as she slowly inches toward it. Fearfully, she asks, "Who's there?" Gathering her strength, she reaches inside and turns on the light for the closet. She starts on one side, filming the hanging clothes and the mostly bare shelves above the rack, before turning to the left and finding another clown there. He seems to look down at her, his lips still lifted into their bloody grin, and Rebecca lets loose a horrified scream.
So all the clowns are mobile, which is the worst.
Very upsetting.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
But I'm just remembering now that there was a picture on top of the folded costume of someone wearing it. And
There
this
was.
still isn't enough for Margot. And she's the only one that knows.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, at the speed I would be up those steps,
Oh.
why are you walking
Yeah.
towards this closet?
Yeah.
I
Well,
would have
why-
closed it.
Yes.
And then,
Well, why is she still like, Margot? It's
Yeah.
like, dude, go. Like,
Margot's in the closet.
'Cause
I don't
Mar-
know.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
she's hiding
no,
now.
yeah. Oh my God. It's so frustrating because
What
Margot
i-
told her, stay down here and film. And she's like, I guess I got to stay down here.
Yeah.
You know, the only other two people in this house are upstairs.
Yes.
No one is in or around that closet.
Yeah.
I am.
Well, this could be like the Winchester mansion, dude, and they fucking open a closet
No,
in there.
they come out.
Yeah, I don't know. This house is amazing.
It is.
The camera cuts, and when it comes back up, it's Chase's. He's hurrying downstairs at Rebecca's insistence that it's in the closet. He goes to the foyer and slowly approaches the closet door. When he does, the clown is standing in a different position, facing the open doorway now. Chase is startled, complaining again. Fucking clowns! He returns to the stairs as Rebecca's voice pleads. Can we go? Can we go now? How are you so flippant?
Yeah.
I fucking hate clowns or whatever. It's like, no. Did one of us take any of these clowns out of that storage?
Yeah.
Yes. Roll call right
Yes,
now.
I know.
Did anybody fuck with any of those clowns? Because if not, we need to leave right now.
Yeah, for real.
It's the simple question,
Yeah.
doctor. Like,
Yeah.
I don't-
If I didn't do it.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys didn't do it.
all
Then
right.
that means
Yeah.
Wow. That's 100% of us that didn't do it.
Yes. Yeah.
in Chase's room, he sits on the floor with his back against the unmade bed. Margot records from behind the camera, sitting in front of him. He asks what their mom told her about him. And Margot's like, do you want to talk about it? Chase scoffs before telling her. He saw this little girl all alone. And then she said that she couldn't find her mom. He wanted to help her. Margot says that that's good, but Chase corrects her. It wasn't good because she wasn't real. She kept disappearing and then reappearing wherever he was that day. She told him that her and her mom were staying at a hotel and that she couldn't find her mom. He says again that he wanted to help her, but she kept disappearing. That's when he realized that she wasn't real. She must just be in his head. Margot assures him that that's okay. That's why they want him to stay on the medication. Chase interrupts that he was. It shouldn't have happened. But she was so real to him. And the last thing that the little girl said to him never stuck out to him until being here, which is appalling.
Yeah.
She said, go with Margot. And then the next day, Margot called him and asked him to come with her here. Margot offers, but Chase interrupts. He tells her not to bullshit him. This place is fucked and it's messing with them. It probably doesn't want them here. So he proposes that they not disappoint them. He makes sure tomorrow, right?
Swear to God. The Bentleys are not cut out for this.
No.
Yeah.
If he's
Wow.
like, you know what? I'll be goddamned. I'm actually, now that I'm here.
It's all
Yeah.
clicking.
No.
She did mention you.
Yes.
And I think they do want you here.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
just told you to follow your sister. Your sister was already coming
To
over
here.
here. Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like if the message had been go with her, that's vague and cryptic.
It was like, oh,
Yeah.
they were talking about you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Margot is your sister. Of course.
Yeah.
He's like, and Margot is? Is there another Margot?
Right. Which one?
Margot Kidder?
Not Robbie. It's fucking showing our age, I guess.
I was like, that was a wild pull. But Margot agrees to tomorrow. She stands up to leave, but pauses. She asks Chase if he's going to be all right by himself. Does he want to bunk with her and Rebecca? But Chase doesn't. He wants to drink. That'll help with the sleep. Margot tells him, you know I love you, right? Sitting forlorn on the floor against the bed, Chase tells his sister that he loves her too. And Margot leaves the room. I'm sorry, it's not a... Firstly, we're not fucking staying here.
No.
Nobody's staying here.
No.
Secondly, if we're making this dumbass decision as they've done, it's not a choice. We're all staying within sight of each other, and we're probably sleeping in shifts, and we're probably sleeping in the car. I don't understand why it's this weird notion of like, oh well, it's nighttime, we can't leave now. We
Yeah.
have a car. Like I don't get it.
I guess if they're NPCs, like they got to go back to their spawn point or whatever.
It's like, well, I have my charging station. And you have your charging.
It's just like, do you want to bunk with us? Yeah, dude. No, nobody is alone tonight.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you say that you love him, and yet you're letting him take his medication and drink with it.
Oh.
Yeah.
She's like, well, have a good one.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Totally.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
dude. Margot sucks.
She
man.
does.
When she turns the camera back on, it's in the middle of the night. She is sitting up in bed and the camera is aimed behind her at a sleeping Rebecca. Margot wakes her with a harsh whisper and asks if she heard that. The moment she wakes, fear morphs Rebecca's expression and she shakes her head. She didn't hear anything.
Again, you're right. Chase should be on the foot of the bed like a dog.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, do you hear anything? He's like, absolutely not. Because no, we're not doing this. We're not playing this game of me having to text him or to go out in the hall
Yeah,
to find
the
him.
texting is nuts.
No.
It's that.
The
It's
texting
that.
is wild to me. As the wind whistles loudly, Margot reveals that she thinks she heard a shout and a thud right outside their room. Rebecca is visibly upset, but when Margot hands the camera over to her, she takes it dutifully. She aims it toward the door as Margot creeps toward it slowly, her head cocked to the side and her ear tuned to listen. When Rebecca asks what it is, Margot shakes her head. She doesn't know. There is a thud. But Margot moves away from the door, nodding with some satisfaction. When Rebecca asks if they're okay, Margot says she thinks so. She sinks back into bed and takes her camera to turn it off.
Was she nodding with the camera? I don't understand this turn of events at all.
No,
Yeah.
because I heard something in the hall.
Yeah.
And she's like, all right, we're good.
No.
No.
What about your brother?
He'll be fine.
Yeah. No.
I actually don't really like my brother. It seems.
Well, it was closer to our room, so I guess he's fine.
He'll be
Right.
fine.
Yeah.
He's asleep.
We can handle it.
It's morning when the camera turns back on. Margot is standing in front of the open door of the bedroom, filming out into the hallway where a packed blue duffel bag sits at the top of the stairs. Rebecca comes out of the bathroom behind her, and when she sees Margot's expression, she asks what's wrong. Margot doesn't answer, so Rebecca goes to see for herself. She looks for a moment at the bag before turning to Margot and asking, "Is that Chase's?" No, it's the fucking clowns, dude.
It's like, well, does it honk if you touch it?
Yeah. No shit.
Does it squirt water? We saw Chase arrive with this.
Yes.
And this is such a scary sight. It was a little bit giving Blair Witch to me when Josh.
Okay.
But come on.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Margot goes to her brother's room and finds the unmade bed, a mostly drunk bottle of liquor, and a glass on the desk, and an empty bathroom. She returns to the bedside table where Chase's prescription medication sits, left behind, and his phone charger is still plugged in. Margot asks in a whisper, "Where the hell are you?" Rebecca calls from the hallway, reporting that he's not downstairs or outside. Margot asks Rebecca to call his phone again, and vibrating promptly begins in the room. Margot finds Chase's phone underneath the bed. When Rebecca comes into the room, she asks what Margot thinks, and Margot admits that she doesn't know. She got a text from him last night saying, "Was that you?" Rebecca asks, "Was that you what?" But Margot doesn't know. She didn't answer because they were asleep. Margot thinks Chase probably heard the same thing she did when she woke up, right? A dark realization suddenly finds Rebecca. She backs out of the room and hurries down the hall. Margot follows.
How far my stomach would sink.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
And also thinking about the fact of I was standing at my door. I could have gone out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now it's so clear. His phone's here. His medication's here. His bag's here.
Yeah.
There's no way that he left of his own volition.
Yeah. Finding his phone, I'd be like, oh,
Oh my God.
something bad happened.
In his interview, Bradley explains now that they know Chase didn't wander off. Of course he didn't. We see a silent montage of Chase talking and joking around before finally ending on him sitting forlorn at the side of his bed during his conversation with Margot. He looks away from the camera, his face lit dimly by the bedside lamp as we press in. Bradley reasons, "It's hard to understand and even harder to watch if you see the video." And he has. It cuts to black and white text on screen reads, "Chase Bentley's last recording." Chase films himself with the camera propped on the desk as he pours himself a drink. He chuckles dryly. "Well, Margot, you really picked a winner with this place. Let's hope that we all live to tell the tale." It's like, God damn it.
Well, I'm also thinking about the tragedy of him, like, I'm seeing someone.
Yes.
Yeah.
He raises the glass toward the camera before drinking. Chase sits quietly for a moment, the silence interrupted when someone knocks on his door. Chase stands and crosses the room to go answer it, but when he opens the door, there's no one there. We're still watching from the desk when Chase steps into the hallway, calling for his sister. He heads back into his room, closing the door behind him and sending a text on his phone before settling back down at the desk. He finishes the rest of his glass and sighs deeply, deciding that that's enough for tonight. He turns off his camera. When he turns it back on, he's laying in bed with a concerned expression. He confides to the camera in a whisper that somebody keeps knocking on his door, but there's nobody there. After a moment's pause, the knocking comes again. Chase declares, there it is again. He's sure that somebody is outside his fucking door. The camera stays behind when Chase slowly gets up from the bed and steps out of frame. After a moment of silence, there it is again. The knock, loud, insistent, undeniable. Chase's breath catches as he grabs up the camera and hurries toward the door. He waits there for a moment with his hand on the knob before throwing it open and revealing nothing.
If I'm not mistaken, during this entire ordeal, his closet is open the whole time.
Oh, hell no.
There is no way.
Yeah.
No.
I am aware of the boogeyman, aside from all the other stuff we're dealing with.
When we're not in a horrifically fucking haunted house with clowns wandering about.
No. And I'm sorry, this happening the second time, I am high-stepping it over to you guys' room.
Oh, no, yeah.
Pounding on the door. You will hear this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, fuck a text message. I'm calling you.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, please meet me halfway.
Yes.
Can you meet me in my room, please?
I'm too scared to go.
Well, nobody's knocking on y'all's door.
True.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that this is what Margot was hearing, was somebody pounding on his door?
Yeah.
I guess.
And she's like, shrug.
Yeah.
No, I would call and say to open the window because I'm currently scaling the side of the house.
Spider-Man just, no, dude. No.
Absolutely not. Chase steps out into the empty hallway, breathing heavily. He peers into the darkness at the end of the hall, calling out, "Hello?" There's no answer. Chase hurries back to his room, closing and locking the door behind him. Turning the camera to show his face, he tells his sister that as soon as the sun comes up, they are out of here. He says that he loves her, but this place is absolutely fucked. He sets the camera down on his nightstand and turns it off. Cognetti said that he was inspired by a one-sentence horror story that went something like, the last man in the world was alone in a room and there was a knock at the door for this kind of interlude with Chase.
Yeah.
And it's scary as hell.
Yeah.
Because it's not like some ghostly set. Like, that is a fucking knuckle to wood knock on a door. No.
Yeah.
It's dark in Chase's room when the camera comes back on. His trembling voice reports that he just heard his door open. We can see the dim light from the hallway behind him as he repeats that something just opened his fucking door. Chase reaches over to turn on the lamp, revealing that behind him, his door is completely open. As soon as the lamplight fills the room, Chase sucks in a gasp of air. He gapes at something out of frame, something at the end of his bed. He pants. What the fuck? Scurrying back as far as he can go against the wall as his eyes go wide with horror and panic. Breathing hard, Chase grabs the camera and turns it to show us. It's the Hell House clown, donning his black and white suit and standing in profile, turned to the left. Chase whimpers again. What the fuck? He reaches for the phone on his nightstand, but he drops it and it clatters to the floor. He turns the camera fearfully back at the clown, who in an instant has turned to face Chase. Chase chokes out a sob before stammering that he's just going to go. He's just going to go. He's going to get his bag and go, and it'll be like he was never here. Shaking badly, he tells the clown that he's sorry. The clown's eyeless gaze follows Chase as he apologizes again, asserting that he's so sorry. They are so sorry. He's just going to go now. He's able to leave the room and make his way slowly down the hall, announcing again that he's leaving. He's just going to leave. Chase turns around, and with another musical sting, we see the clown standing underneath the light outside of Chase's door. Chase moans in his throat, fighting the panic as he turns away, repeating in a desperate whisper that he's sorry. He's sorry. Chase continues forward, pausing only when the rhythmic footsteps approach. He turns again to see the clown moving toward him. Chase turns back forward, crying and pleading again. But as the score rises, Chase cries out, and the screen gives way to glitching static before it cuts to black.
I understand that this is the scariest thing that's ever happened to this man.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
But fuck him a little bit as I'm passing my sister's bedroom and not knocking on the door, not saying, we've got company or something.
Well, she heard them pounding on his door and she left him alone.
I mean, fair.
But you tried to be the change that you want to see.
At least say it louder.
Yes.
We're leaving.
Yeah, seriously.
Clown standing outside of my sister's room.
Instead, he just kicks up a cloud of dust. And
Yeah.
I don't know. And that is very frightening as to how his bag ended up like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
When we return, Catherine Carmichael is behind the camera, calling out to her brother. Text on screen reveals that it's September 4th, 1989. She asks Patrick if he's okay. Can she do anything for him? She enters the room to find the two clowns that would later be in the storage room, and behind, the third, the Hell House clown.
What the hell is going on?
I know.
I understand, whatever transpired in this house.
Yeah.
These clowns exist here now in the present day. Mm-hmm. They have the entire history of Hell House behind them and whatever happened at the Rockland County Fair. But for them to have always existed in Patrick's room is a little much to me.
Well, we learn later.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Scanning over the clowns, she asks, "What is all this?" Patrick sits on his bed, facing the window with his back to her, not answering. When she asks him if he's okay, he turns slightly to answer with a question of his own. "Why are you filming me? I told you I don't want to be part of your fucking movies." Catherine turns to leave, but stops in her tracks when she sees something on his dresser. A striped, blood-stained dress that Catherine recognizes immediately. It's Margaret's dress. And in case her saying it wasn't enough, we do see a clip of Margaret wearing it on that ill-fated day in June before returning to Patrick's room. Catherine starts to ask, "Why would you..." But Patrick interrupts. "What if someone told you they could bring her back?" Catherine is confused. She asks who told him that. When Patrick doesn't respond, she tells him flatly, "She's dead. She's sorry, and she misses Margaret too, but this isn't right." Catherine spots the chest that Margot and Rebecca would find decades later in the storage room. She opens the lid, revealing a piece of sheet music on top of the clothing inside. Patrick tells her not to look in there and to please leave. Instead, sniffling, Catherine tells him that she wants him to have something. It's the cross necklace that Rebecca would later fish out from the clock from the Abaddon Hotel. Catherine doesn't expect him to wear it, but she asks him to just keep it on him. It helped her when she needed it. Once again, Patrick doesn't respond, and Catherine finally leaves the room. Later, Catherine records from an upstairs window. She watches her brother dazedly walk the grounds outside, his arm still in a sling. With him out of his room now, she returns to the chest. She opens it up, and the clown faces of the masks inside gaze up at her, but she quickly closes the lid. She sets the camera down to film herself, Margaret's blood-stained dress and bloody theater mask still visible on the dresser. Catherine kneels in front of the chest and gently opens it again. The film glitches, pausing for a moment before returning to normal. And when this happens again, the frame shifts, and we can see in the mirror on Patrick's dresser, all three clowns are standing there and watching Catherine examine the contents inside the chest.
I do not like that the clowns are here, but I think this is a really cool shot.
Yeah, it is.
Cognetti had said that this was not planned. And when they saw the mirror, they were like, I wonder if we could make this work. And it was something they kind of thought of on the day. And it's creepy as hell.
Yeah.
Catherine takes out one of the knockdown dolls, then a bright red ball. And finally, the sheet music. We see her smiling and laughing by a window before cutting again to her brutally murdered body, bloody in her bed.
You had to edit it that way.
Yeah.
This documentary is cursed.
It's tasteless. When the video comes back, Catherine is in her bedroom, sitting in front of a keyboard. With a sigh, she tells the camera that for some reason, the people her brother works for asked him to store some of their junk at their house. There you go.
They're like, we need some recognizable iconography.
Yeah.
Franchise specific to stay at the new house.
Yes.
She continues that she went through one of their trunks. What was inside? A lot of things, but she found this. She holds up the sheet music and decides, let's see. Catherine plays the first very familiar note before singing the song instead, in a melody we all know and love. T's making a face. And a melody that I know and love. It is a little tainted, I will say, because our friend Bill had to point out that it's just the Meow Mix theme.
It is. And once you know it.
So sorry, y'all, because we're not going to hear it.
It's like these cats from hell.
Yeah.
But she sings, something's coming, cold the nightfall, all things die and never come back. He's making a lot of faces. Catherine hesitates before playing the notes along with the next section. Throw the ashes, grasp your crosses, pray to him, you'll never come back. There is some inconsistency with the message.
Yeah.
After an interlude of the repeating notes on the keyboard, the lyrics return. Life's a circle full of darkness. Stay with him and never come back.
JP shrugged.
I thought we died and never came back. Now we got to worry about coming back. But if not, we got to follow somebody.
Right.
In case we come back, I don't.
If you stay with him.
Well, then we won't.
Right.
But we don't come
If
back.
you stay with him, you won't come back. But you also have to pray to him that you never come back.
But we
all
will-
things die.
and then
never come back.
come
But
back.
we will come back with bloody ice.
Yeah.
Cognetti said that this theme, the song that has been prevalent throughout this entire franchise, which I do like.
Yes.
I do.
I think that's fair.
It was just something that he and Gore Abrams had come up with on the first film.
And I remember that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he said it was a treat. He really enjoyed being able to come back to this and provide lyrics for it.
I mean, we didn't need to provide lyrics for it.
I don't think that we did. Listen, she finds the sheet music and she just starts playing this theme that we know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's enough.
Yeah.
I think it's enough.
Yeah.
And it's this thing that is so tied to the evil of that hotel now.
Yeah.
It started in the first film as this thing that was just like a throwaway, him fucking around with that dummy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
eventually it's this kid that's possessed by the opening day
Oh, yeah. That's
of
right.
the Abaddon in 2009. And then the more it just becomes like creepier and creepier.
Yeah.
But the lyrics,
Yeah. That I'll be honest, that really like put the brakes on everything for me. I'll make excuses for the franchise.
For sure.
You know
for
what I mean?
sure.
I do like them. Even the third one isn't great, but I'm still going to watch it. This really like stopped everything for me.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea that there was lyrics and I didn't need them.
We don't need to.
Yeah.
I think it's funny as well. It's funny as well that the first verse of this was written on that letter that Margot had.
it was.
Yeah.
They were still workshopping it.
I can't believe there's 3 verses.
Yeah.
There's 3 verses.
Yeah,
That's the other thing too.
Yeah.
3 very conflicting verses.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't help but just think about how much you're right. And if it was this slow march to her learning the song,
Yes.
just the notes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we hear it when she has it at the last time, and it's the theme.
Yeah.
I agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
Margot is still looking for Chase, asking where he is from behind her camera. She aims it toward the vast land around the Carmichael Manor, the mountains in the far distance. Margot doesn't answer when Rebecca calls her name, but when Rebecca tells her that it's time to go, Margot wheels on her angrily. They are not leaving without her brother. Rebecca asks, what if something happened to him? Are they just supposed to wait for something to happen to them too? She stomps back inside, and Margot follows in a hurry, reminding Rebecca that she knows Chase. He's gonna be fine. He probably just had another episode, but he's coming back. Rebecca's like, sure. He wandered off again with his bag in the middle of the hallway and without his phone. She grabs her bag and starts toward the front door. Margot proposes in frustration. Doesn't it make more sense to give him more time while the sun is up? Rebecca turns to her, incensed. No! She doesn't want to wait another second. She pleads with Margot not to make her. Her voice high and wavering. Margot begs for Rebecca to just give Chase more time. She promises that they'll leave before it gets dark. Please. Margot sobs quietly, and Rebecca finally gives in. She throws her bag to the ground and sets the ultimatum. She tells Margot that she's giving it until 2, and then she's driving out of here, with or without Chase, and with or without Margot. She buries her face in her hands and walks down the hall as Margot lowers the camera.
I am very happy for this ultimatum.
Yes.
I think it's very important, and it helps me to maintain a level of respect for Rebecca.
Yeah.
Because how much more can you take?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I love you, but I mean, I think we got to go. And if you don't want to go, then
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I just got to go. I got to get out of here.
In Alicia's interview, she tells us that very little is known about Andrew Tully's early days, but they have been able to figure out a few details. As we are treated to B-roll of a church, the sun shining majestically on its high steeple, Alicia continues. Tully was a deeply religious man with a family who lived in Arkansas in the 1960s. She says that he had a younger daughter who tragically passed, Abigail Tully. We catch a glimpse of Hell House footage, pausing just as Mac, played by Adam Schneider, walks by a portrait of a sad-looking little blonde girl. We press in on this rendition of Abigail Tully. And Cognetti said basically this was just like repurposing something that was in the other movies.
What?
I was like, yeah. Believe it or not. We return to Alicia, who admits that after that, it gets a little hazy because Tully fled an arrest warrant.
Whoa.
What?
I feel like we skipped a couple chapters.
Yeah.
That's what they know, according to what's on record. But she ponders, you're on the run in your home state. What do you do? Where do you go? Well, Tully goes to Clarksburg, West Virginia, and meets two men named Thomas Rollins and Freddie Perkins. We switch to Bradley's interview so he can fill us in on what we know about Thomas Rollins and Freddie Perkins before they moved to Abaddon, New York. They ran a gaming stand, Down a Clown, through the late 60s and early 70s. Just the two of them. We see that picture that Margot agonized over from the Abaddon clock. The two clowns whose costumes are on mannequins upstairs in the Carmichael Manor. They stand in their Down a Clown game, gazing directly at the camera, one of them forlorn and the other grinning. Alicia reminds us, though, that in Catherine Carmichael's footage, there's a third clown suit. She wonders, who does that one belong to? We see the Hell House clown costume in Catherine's footage, freezing on it before returning to Bradley. He reasons that the case could be made, that the cult started right there at a small town fair in West Virginia, where Tully would meet with his closest confidants. We see a picture of these confidants posing for the camera in their clown suits like they're about to drop a banger album. Is that ICP?
I'm going to tell the kids it was.
Bradley continues that they followed Tully to Abaddon, New York. They built their cover story hotel and hired a bunch of locals to work there. Locals like Patrick Carmichael. I feel like we're dumping a little bit.
Yeah.
Like it's a little... What, T?
A little bit.
Well, we got to get this going. Yeah.
It's like it's such a mystery. Actually, we have all the answers.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, you got 5 minutes?
Yeah, dude. This isn't dumping. This is diarrhea.
Yeah.
We need that bagged lettuce.
Oh, God.
But you know what I am realizing right now going through this?
Huh.
Why didn't Tully get a cool clown costume? Why is he still just there?
I don't know.
What makes him a little different that he's... I mean, obviously we see from the other movies the difference, but
Yeah.
it seems what we're getting here is that he met these other clowns.
They were already clowns.
Yeah. But he was accepted, but didn't
He's like,
get
but we need more of you.
Yeah.
We need a really extra scary one.
I think for me, that is one reveal that turns a little unsuccessful.
Yeah.
Because I would much rather that be Tully.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Back in Margot's footage, the camera is set up to face her as she cries quietly. She sits with reddened eyes, waiting until Rebecca comes into the room. She points out that it's 4:00. They gave Chase 2 extra hours and he's not here. She declares that it's time to go. They need to get to the car. Margot just sitting here, like, that's how she's like, no, he'll come back. And literally just sat here until 4:00.
Yeah.
I don't...
He doesn't have a car.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have his phone.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have his medication. I don't know how often he's supposed to take it. He doesn't have clothes. He doesn't have his shit. I mean, he has nothing.
Yeah.
And it's established the last time that he disappeared like this, he was gone for 2 days.
Yes.
And you're just going to sit there?
I just feel like I would try to get I would try to get somebody to come and comb these woods.
Yeah.
I would be afraid. He's got nothing to protect himself out here. He's got, again, no phone to call for help. He's got no food. He's got nothing.
Yeah.
And there's this like vast wooded area around this house. I would think he's lost.
Mm-hmm.
If I really think he just wandered off, he's lost in the woods.
I'm sorry.
I'm not just going to sit at the house and wait for him to come back.
And what about the caregiver? Weren't we supposed to call him? He's 15 minutes away.
Oh my God, you're right.
Yeah, but the phone stopped working, I think.
Oh, yeah, after the weird,
But we can walk.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have to. You can stay here, Margot. I'm going to go see what, was it Douglas? Donald.
Donald, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to see what Donald
Carmichael.
Yeah. Seriously. That's what I'm still waiting for.
Yeah.
But yeah, get him, have him call somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
Anything, really. Margot lowers her head and closes her eyes, sobbing as she shakes her head. Finally, she pulls herself together, her voice wavering as she apologizes to her brother and picks up the camera. She's still recording when she and Rebecca step outside. And as Rebecca leads the way, hurrying to the car, she promises that they'll go to the police as soon as they get to town. They get in and Rebecca assures her girlfriend that they will find him. They're good at that stuff. But her optimism crashes and burns when she turns the keys in the ignition and the car doesn't start. When Margot asks what's wrong, Rebecca stammers frustratedly that she doesn't know. She's not a goddamn mechanic.
Well, lucky for you, my wife is.
Yeah, I was like, pity, how embarrassing.
So what's the problem?
Ghosts.
Ghost in the gas tank.
Yeah. You hear that knocking?
Yeah, it's a common problem. Don't park on haunted property. It's going to get you every time.
All right.
That was our first mistake.
Yeah.
She cries out, slamming her hands against the windshield. Margot tries to console her, but Rebecca has lowered her head, asserting, I knew we shouldn't have fucking come here. Margot tries to be pragmatic. It's 4 p.m., and if they start walking now, they can make it to the main road before dark. Rebecca is breathing rapidly, on the verge of full panic. She says that it's 12 miles through the woods and back roads. They're not going to make it. But Margot says that they will. Unless she just wants to wait until tomorrow. Donald will come back then. Rebecca looks over at Margot, devastated, before leaning forward onto the wheel. Margot estimates that if they leave on foot now, they can walk a mile, every 15 or 20 minutes? They can make it back before it's dark. Rebecca stays that way for a moment with her head lowered until Margot says that they have to go now. Hesitantly, Rebecca unfastens her seatbelt and decides, let's do it. Let's walk.
What other choice do you have?
I know.
Stay here another night, which is what it felt like Margot was angling for.
Right.
She's like, we can make it. I mean, it's only X many miles and it's already 4. I mean, we could stay here, but it's up to you. Like, it's like, bitch, no, I don't want to stay here.
All right.
Period. Now pop the hood so I can look at it.
Yeah.
Get these ghosts out of this gas tank. But Cognetti had said that they always have the same kind of car in the Hell House movies because they use his personal car as the prop car.
They said the same thing about his laptop.
That's hilarious.
He's like, we just put a different cover on it every time.
That's great. But hey, that's a way to keep down, you know? As we pan over the dense Carmichael woods and then the secluded and winding main road, Alicia details that there are acres and acres of private woods. And that's even before you get to the miles of back roads and small paths. She reasons that they probably could have made it to town before nightfall, but it definitely would have been a challenge. And that's before they saw what they saw.
I understand it's a documentary.
It's like we're already watching.
Yes,
Yeah.
dude. Will you stop prefacing everything?
You've already got it.
I will be honest. Sometimes it is her commentary or narration is funny. Because even when we had it with the clock, when they were in the antique thing, it's like, I'm watching them do it.
I promise.
Yeah, it's like they're doing it while you're talking over them. It's like, I see.
But just you wait.
Yeah.
A tense score rises as Margot records their walk through the Carmichael woods. Their shoes crunch rhythmically in the dried leaves, but they aren't talking. Rebecca eyes a small hill of discarded plastic oil drums before pulling out her phone. When Margot asks if she's got any service, she shakes her head. Still nothing.
Something wild that I did hear on commentary, even though there are about 100 acres around the house that is being the Carmichael Manor here,
Yeah.
they went to a section of woods in Pennsylvania for this section that was actually a haunted attraction.
Okay.
It's creepy as hell.
It is.
So that tracks.
All these things that you find here, everything that they come across is just stuff that's part of that attraction.
You know what? Okay, because because when we do go through it, I'm watching it and I'm going to be honest. I was like, are we using the same piece of woods for this shit over and over?
Right.
Because it looks too clean. And on some of the trees, you can see it. There's like a little orange sticker on some of them. And I was like, what is that?
I didn't even notice that.
And I'm like, you guys are using this path from something.
And that's,
They're like, that's where the scare actors stand. When Rebecca nearly trips over her feet, Margot repeats for her again and again to be careful until Rebecca assures her that she's okay. Margot turns the camera on herself, reporting that they've been walking for about an hour and they're making good time, so she thinks they will make it before the sun goes down. Rebecca sighs that she hopes so. Margaret says that that's all she's got for us. Tomorrow, they'll get a tow and keep looking for Chase. When they find a small wooden structure, Rebecca peers through the windows, but finds nothing inside. She goes higher on a hill to try to get service, but to no avail. Margot films her as she swipes bugs away from her face, agitated. The footage interrupts, and when it comes back on, there's a dark score creeping. And with good reason. Someone erected a wooden cross out here in the woods. Put against the front of it is an effigy of a person, the arms of the long sleeve shirt spread wide, and the jeans and boots pinned to the length of the cross. Rebecca looks at the crucifixion with disgust and unease before continuing forward. Margot pauses to zoom in on it before cutting.
To me, we're closer to civilization. They've got religion here. We know that.
Yeah. Just keep going this way.
Yeah.
All right.
You're going to find people.
The footage begins again, and Margot turns to Rebecca and asks, "Did you hear that?" Rebecca nods fearfully, frozen in her tracks. When a crow cries in the distance, Margot wonders if it was just some kind of bird. But the sound comes again, and it is a full-throated shriek. Rebecca proposes that they run, but Margot says instead that they walk fast. Okay.
See, their little bickering is so weird.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't say someone was singing. I said it sounded like someone was singing.
Yeah.
It's like, what? Don't run. Walk very fast. Why are we arguing about anything?
I know.
They hurry forward, stopping when they find an RV, a damaged car, and a hearse. Margot asks desperately why a hearse would be out here, but she's adamant that they keep moving. Rebecca has paused to catch her breath and notices something in the distance, under a small awning in the trees. What is that? Margot zooms in on the cloaked figure standing under the awning. She turns to Rebecca, and in unison, they decide to sprint back the way they came. Rebecca looks over her shoulder and screams. Margot follows her gaze to find 3 figures underneath the awning now, standing motionless in their cloaks. Margot turns back forward, repeating to herself, "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit," as she sprints with Rebecca. The thing in the trees shrieks again, and Rebecca cries out in fear. Later, Rebecca is sitting under a tree, and when Margot tells her to go, she whimpers that she can't run anymore.
I know. Later.
Eat my dust. I'm sorry, later.
No, that's
You're a distraction now.
to your wife.
Yeah.
Leah.
Well, we've gone through all this. Now you want to sit down and I don't want to run no more.
Well, yeah, it was your idea.
And
that we're out here.
it was surprising coming from her.
Yeah, honestly. My thing is, look, I don't know anything about these cloaked people.
Yeah.
What if that's just how they live out here?
Yeah.
They've got their own situations.
I don't
Yeah.
care, dude.
Dude, I'm
This
calling
is
out.
terrifying.
Have you seen this man?
Yeah.
And it's a picture
Yeah.
of what's his name? Chase.
What's his name?
It's unsettling.
And I'm sprinting back the way that we came.
I think it's the death whistle sound they make. That's I don't know what the hell that.
shrieking,
Yeah.
And y'all are standing motionless just looking at us, and you've tripled.
Yeah.
Well, you could have
And
been
you've tripled
standing
its-
behind each other. It was an optical illusion. We've been walking for hours. I'm
Yeah.
thirsty.
This is cool. I will say though, I almost expected a little something different because when they are walking through, the first structure is like
It's like a little
frame.
house. Yeah.
Then the second one is that little shack. Then the third one, it's a pile of wood. I was like, okay, what are we going through in these woods? What stages of what is happening to this hut that we don't know about, that we're getting lost?
Almost
Like it was
like
the
it's-
same.
Right,
Oh,
right,
that's
right.
scary as hell.
And then when we get there, I was like, oh no, it was just abandoned
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh,
No.
okay. Yeah, because it makes you think of the Blair Witch when they were doing the circle.
Right.
Yeah.
And then maybe it's a passage of time, but how much time is passing?
Right.
Yeah.
That's true. Well,
Speaking
wait,
of
what was
which-
the verse from the song? Something about it being a circle. Time's a circle.
Yeah. Yeah, but they didn't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
They didn't do that. Those lyrics were mostly for fun. But speaking of the Blair Witch, he did say in an interview that what got him into making found footage films was Lake Mungo and the Blair Witch Project.
Okay.
Okay.
And he describes the Carmichael Manor as how House LLC meets the Blair Witch Project. Which it's really just the one scene in the woods.
Yeah.
But, this feels very Blair Witch, though.
It does.
Yeah.
But just based on location.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And he even was like, there's not a witch.
Yeah. All right.
Actually, it's not the Blair Witch at all.
Yeah.
But Margot insists that Rebecca can run. She takes her hand and helps her to her feet, positive that she's not leaving her out here with whatever the fuck that was. Rebecca's like, okay. And they keep running. It's like, what was this for?
Oh, no. I don't. It's just to show what is what for Rebecca not running.
This whole
or
thing, yeah.
this detour. I don't know if it's just to demonstrate that there is no way out. Period. The car doesn't work, but you can't walk either.
Yeah.
Right.
Like you can't get out on foot, even if it's only 12 miles.
No, I get that. The whole, I can't. Yes, you can. Okay.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was just pretty funny to me.
I think it was just to show they're still a team. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. It's starting to get dark when they finally see Carmichael Manor in the distance, so terrified that the sight of this horrifying mansion is a welcome one. They run straight up to the house and through the front door. Later, in their bedroom, Rebecca sits on the floor at the foot of the bed with her head in her hands. When she sees that Margot is recording, she hisses at her to stop. Does she have to record right now? But Margot argues that if there was ever a time to make sure that they were filming everything, it's right now. Rebecca pleads that she just wants to get out of here. She doesn't care about Margot's stupid murders, and she never did. Margot asserts that there's a reason that this is happening. After everything they've seen and those things in the woods, it all means they're getting closer. But Rebecca counters, who cares if we find out who killed fucking Kennedy in this house? It doesn't matter if we're dead. In the immortal words of Taye Diggs, what good is $1 million if you're dead?
Well,
She's right.
yeah.
She is.
And we tie and never come back.
Yeah. So,
I mean,
Apparently. Margot sobs that she's fucking sorry that she ever brought her here. She didn't think she was taking her against her will. She thought she wanted to. Sorry. Rebecca curls up against the bed and hides her face. The two of them cry and try to pull themselves together until the footage cuts to black.
again, I'm really just waiting for the caretaker to be a part of this. I love the idea of it being such a cryptic thing to say of, oh, people don't stay longer than a few days.
Yeah.
That's the pattern here.
Yeah.
After the third or fourth day, we've got them.
Yeah.
You know? I think that works a lot better than it being as if, no, people have stayed here and left just fine.
Yeah.
So what about us? Is it because we brought that stuff back from the antiques shop? Or what's the reason?
I would like that, but we saw too much with Chase before for that to be the catalyst.
Yeah.
We fully saw Margaret Carmichael.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Rebecca races to Margot, excited that she has service, but Margot corrects her with urgency. It's a text from Chase. Rebecca asks what it says, and Margot says that it just says hi. That doesn't make any sense. Rebecca asks where his phone is, and Margot reveals that she left it in his room. Unnerved, Rebecca asks how that's even possible, and Margot admits that she doesn't know, but suddenly she thinks this too mean that Chase is back in his room. She races for the door to the bedroom, but Rebecca stops her. They decide that Margot will text back instead. Hey, where have you been? Chase replies immediately. Met some new friends. Rebecca asks what that means, and when Margot doesn't know, she texts, who are your friends? Chase's swift reply, they want to meet you. Rebecca is growing more and more uncomfortable. Why do they want to meet them? Who are they? Margot narrates the text she's typing behind the camera. Why don't you come to our room? Rebecca's like, no.
Yeah, why the fuck would you say that?
I can't believe that.
I should have left you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You stay in the house.
Yeah. She asks, what if it's not him? But Margot growls back that this is the way they can find out. She reads Chase's reply. They won't like that. Rebecca grows frantic, stuttering. No. She decides that she has to leave. She can't be here. When Margot reads the next text from Chase, okay, I'll come. Rebecca snatches up her coat and starts to pull it on. It's funny that he's like, they won't like that. You know, actually, I'm on my way.
I talked it over with him.
Yeah.
And Rebecca, you're going to run past them.
Yeah, no.
What are you doing?
I'm flinging myself through the window. Margot begs her to just please wait. Rebecca freezes when something rattles at the door. Steady footsteps make their way down the hall, and Margot takes a few steps back. The door quivers from the camera's movement in her shaky hands. The women watch fearfully, breathing hard, and gasp when someone knocks at the door. At least they're polite.
Yeah.
They always knock.
Yeah.
Margot asks hopefully, Chase, is that you? When there's no reply, she hands the camera over to Rebecca. When Rebecca asks what she's doing, an out-of-focus Margot gives her a direct order. Don't stop filming. She tells Rebecca that she loves her before turning and slowly starting toward the door. But before she can reach it, the door swings open, revealing the darkness of the hallway beyond. Rebecca and Margot both react fearfully, but still, Margot creeps toward the door. She calls out aloud, hello, into the hallway. Nothing responds. The phone chimes in her hands, and she goes quiet when she looks down at it. Rebecca asks what it says, whimpering when Margot doesn't immediately answer. Finally, after a pause, she does. It says, they're in your room now. Rebecca drops the camera on the bed and sprints out of the room, deciding once and for all that she is not staying here. No fucking way. Instead of following, Margot first hurries over to the bed to grab the camera. She yells at Rebecca to stop and come back, but Rebecca has run all the way downstairs and out of the front door. She's crying when she flings the door open to the car and jumps into the back seat. When Margot tells her that it's okay and to calm down, Rebecca continues to sob, screeching at Margot not to tell her to fucking calm down. The footage cuts and comes back to Margot and Rebecca holding each other in the back seat, crying and very afraid. When the light above them suddenly turns off, Margot sighs, fuck, and Rebecca clings to her desperately.
For what's going on here, Margot's very chill.
She's like,
It's
chill
okay.
out.
Calm
Yeah.
down. You are... That was your ghost brother or whatever texting you. We're in the room. Like, what do you mean we're okay? Nothing is okay.
No.
I understand trying to put on a brave face for your loved ones.
No, don't do that.
But this is not.
No,
This is not the time.
Don't lie to me when we're here.
Yeah.
No.
Like, we're too deep.
Yes,
There's
yes.
no. We've all seen the same shit.
Yes.
Suddenly, it cuts, and we see Margaret Carmichael running down the hall happily, wearing a floral dress with her hair up in a ponytail. She spins around to look at her sister behind the camera. The footage cuts, everything going white until we find Catherine in her room. Text on screen reads, October 10th. She opens the door just in time to find Patrick trudging up the stairs. Catherine is so relieved to see him. They thought he was dead, but Patrick corrects her nonchalantly. No, I was in jail. He starts down the hall toward his room, holding the sling for his arm in his hand, and he tosses it down the stairs as he walks by. So again, the whole reason they all think that Patrick Carmichael couldn't have killed anybody is because his arm was broken.
Mm-hmm.
We just watched him throw the sling down the stairs.
Yeah.
And y'all cut this into the documentary.
Yeah.
So and if I'm Alicia, I'm like, you cut this documentary with me looking like a dumbass?
Yeah.
Like, you have all this information that you're sitting on?
Now you got a lawsuit on your
Yes.
Well, did she watch it or no? Like
I-
before it was like got the okay?
I think clearly not.
I don't think so.
I think clearly not.
It's like you made me look good, right? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
All right. Good.
I trust you.
Well, I did say Abaddon several times instead of Abaddon, but I figured you'd fix that in post.
It's a regional dialect.
It's an Abaddon expression.
When Catherine questions this about his arm, he replies flatly, "Won't be needing that anymore," and he disappears down the hall. It's almost as if his earthly ailments have abandoned him.
Yeah.
Catherine runs after him, calling his name. She follows him into his room where the two clown mannequins are propped up. Patrick stands behind them, eyeing her when she asks, "What happened at the hotel? They're saying it was a mass suicide." She asks if he was there. He says again that he already told her. He was in jail. He got into a fight. Catherine asks if he hasn't heard what happened. The hotel he worked at, they're all dead. Fixing the collar on the smiling clown, Patrick clarifies, "They didn't die. They just crossed over. And he was supposed to be there." Catherine's like, "Crossed over?" She asks what he means by that. Is he listening to himself? Patrick fixes a dark gaze on his sister before remembering. "You're not supposed to be filming me. Turn the camera off." Catherine sniffles behind the camera, but her breath catches when she hears Margaret giggle. She turns the camera to Patrick's dresser, where her sister's bloody dress and mask still reside. Crying, Catherine leaves the room, but when she's down the hall, she hears her sister whisper, "Catherine." She turns to find Margaret, her face hidden behind the white mask, standing under the light at the end of the hall where the Hell House clown would one day stand. She poses with her head cocked before the lights turn off and everything goes black. Catherine screams and the light throbs, coming off and on, illuminating the dearly departed Margaret Carmichael in her theater mask and bloody dress. We freeze on this image before the film ends and it cuts to black.
Beating a dead horse. I would very much appreciate this return of Patrick Carmichael to be witnessed by also his parents.
Yeah.
Because it is such a big deal. Arthur Carmichael killed everyone, yet he's never home.
Yeah.
Yet he doesn't exist in this timeline or 1989 in general. We have not seen him once. We've only seen him in photographs.
Yeah.
It's that. We never
Yeah.
see him or Eleanor moving ever. It's only in that one picture.
And
Yeah.
we see this horrific and gruesome crime scene photo of Catherine's dead body.
Mm-hmm.
We never see what happened to Eleanor.
No.
Yeah.
It's so confusing to me. We've established this thing as being the thing and so certain that Arthur did it all.
Mm-hmm.
I know this footage comes to us much later because of what was in the clock, but where was Arthur and Eleanor Carmichael?
Yeah. We do get it later, but even that, my whole thing was too, even watching this, it's like, oh, this is crazy, but so y'all live here, just y'all and the ghost? There's no adults, there's nobody works here, nobody, you
Well,
guys are just doing whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
And we're seeing this story happen to y'all, but there's nobody else around this giant manor
Yeah.
that knows anything or that is witnessing it.
And
Because they did talk about having the full kitchen and the staff.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, that's not, I wouldn't have even thought about that until.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In her interview, Alicia explains that what we know about the mass suicide at the Abaddon Hotel is that in the weeks leading up to it, very strange and unexplainable events were happening all around the area. It's like whatever they were doing in that basement was releasing some kind of dark energy. It turns out that the Carmichael Manor was no exception. To illustrate this, we see that image of Margaret Carmichael again, standing somehow at the end of the hallway. Bradley chimes in that you could tell something about Patrick was different that night.
What gave it away?
I know.
Jeez, there is nobody at the wheel of web sleuths.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Jesus
You could
Christ.
just tell, dude.
Just a vibe.
Vibes were off.
That's why they're not making any money.
No shit.
Yeah.
We press in on him standing menacingly behind the clowns in that conversation with his sister. Bradley continues. Catherine confronted Patrick about the suicides at the Abaddon, and that was the last night of her life. Whatever came for them that night was able to do so without leaving a single track in the snow. He shakes his head that there wasn't a trace. After some distortion, we find Catherine cowering behind her bed and crying. The camera is aimed toward her face. She sniffles that they're in the house. Choking back sobs, she repeats herself before getting to her feet and picking up the camera. She pulls her door open and it squeals on its hinges loudly. Catherine uses the camera to peer into the hall, and for a moment, there's nothing there. But with a sharp musical sting, a cloaked figure passes by at the end of the hall. Catherine panics and runs back into her bedroom. She screams as she rushes to her closet and closes the door behind her. But a low voice intones, Catherine. Catherine creaks open the door to her closet. As the light from her room spills in a sliver, we see Margaret, her face concealed by her mask and her body clad in her bloody striped dress. She sits against the wall of the closet, docile. Catherine screams so loudly that it's lost to distorted static. The mask falls from Margaret's face and she starts to get up. It cuts to the sisters in the car. Before all of this, Margaret behind the wheel and Catherine in the passenger seat as someone records her from the window. They're both laughing. It cuts to black and white text on screen appears. Night 4. So I didn't even clock until we were going over it earlier about her saying he wanted me to get in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Yeah.
a pretty good callback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
Bit
got
of
her in the closet.
foreshadowing.
Yeah. The dashboard is lit up in the car as Rebecca lays on the horn again and again. As Margot aims the camera toward her haphazardly, Rebecca begs the car to start, please. But she begins to shriek when she sees something through the windshield. Illuminated by the headlights, figures in black cloaks stand with their back to the car. They wordlessly decide to run back into the house. It's dark inside, save for the light of Margot's camera as she follows Rebecca through the foyer. Rebecca shrieks when a myriad of red balls come bouncing toward them. They sprint upstairs. As they run into their bedroom and slam the door behind them, Rebecca tries again to get service on her phone. Margot sets the camera up on the bed to face them as Rebecca presses her phone to her ear desperately. But suddenly, Chase's ragged voice booms. Margot! I feel like the figures outside of the car and then the balls chasing them down the hall, it really felt like something was wanting them to go upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So let's just do what they want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Suddenly, the electricity comes back on. Rebecca stutters, asking what that was. Chase's voice begs, Margot, please. Margot's feet dutifully carry her through the shot as she walks to the door. Rebecca begs her not to go. Something is not right. She doesn't think that's Chase, but Margot is sure that it's him. Rebecca continues to plead with her, but Margot tells her to just stay here. At this moment, Rebecca gets service on her phone and she leaves the 911 call that we heard earlier, identifying herself as Rebecca Vickers, detailing that they're at the Carmichael Manor at 101 Starlight Drive. She begs that there's something in the house with them. When Margot leaves the room, Rebecca cries out that it's not him. But Margot is already gone. She's holding a camera as she makes her way down the hall, her brother's voice still beckoning to her. Left alone now, Rebecca picks up the camera Margot left on the bed and looks around the room. The empty bed, the closed door, the window. But when she pans back to the bed, Catherine Carmichael lies under the blankets, her head resting on the pillows, her face scarred, and her eyes black caverns. With a husky groan, she lurches for Rebecca. Rebecca screeches, and everything goes black for her. When she turns on the camera's light, the bed is empty. She looks quickly around the blue-tinged room to find that Catherine Carmichael is standing right behind her. The footage glitches on Catherine's dead face, and we get a shot of Rebecca in better times, smiling as she holds the camera and sits on a picnic blanket with Margot. We return to Carmichael Manor, the wind whistling loudly outside as Rebecca's only still view is of the hardwood floor where she's fallen. Giving Blair Witch a little bit.
Yeah.
Fair.
But Margot is still on a quest for her brother. She hurries into his bedroom and finds him with his back to her, sitting at the desk. She rushes for him, only to discover that Chase's eyes have been scooped out. Crimson rains down his face and stains the front of his white shirt darkly. Margot screams before dissolving into whimpering sobs. She flees from the room and runs back down the hall, calling out for Rebecca. She says that Chase is hurt and they need to get help.
He has come back.
Yeah.
And he is bleeding from his eyes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So this is
What we were told.
mhm.
Yeah. And Cognetti had said that this is what he wanted, this visual with the eyes gone and the blood running down the face for the end of Hell House 2, the Abaddon Hotel, when they're all back in that room with Tully.
Okay.
This is how he wanted them to look. But he said that they, A, didn't have the budget, and B, they kept rushing them to finish the movie. So they didn't have the money or the time.
Okay.
But this is how he wanted all of them to look.
Huh.
And it's very scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been really cool.
Yeah. When she finds her way back to their bedroom door, Margot turns the knob, but finds it locked. And of course, Rebecca doesn't answer. She continues to stammer that Chase is hurt. They need to get help. In her desperation, she turns to the stairs, but she stops in her tracks, horrified when she finds the Hell House clown standing at the bottom of them. She cries out to him, "I know what you did. I was there." At the fair?
Yeah, I don't know.
I am very upset because it seems as though this is something I know that we're going to get to in just a few minutes. How many times have you seen this exact clown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not told anyone anything, said anything to anyone, and pretended that everything was cool?
Yeah.
So, again, Margot is the fucking worst.
Yeah.
It's zombie bite hiding behavior.
Yeah.
The clown starts to climb the stairs and Margot begs him to stop. She rushes back up to the second floor, and when she turns toward the end of the hall, she finds it bathed in a bright red light, technically making Hell House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor 2023, a giallo film. That's what it was.
Hell no, LLC.
Sorry, I don't make the rules. But she runs in the other direction, pleading with the clown to stop and sobbing wildly. She comes to a dead end and sinks to the floor, filming as the clown rounds the corner and advances on her.
Still filming.
She is. She turns the camera to her own face to report desperately, "It's not over." But the shriek following her statement is silenced by the clown's white-gloved hands as they take hold of her face. The footage glitches before going completely black. We cut to Margot Bentley, walking and talking to the camera, of Rebecca Vickers making her way past trees with the wind whipping her hair. We see the flames hungrily devouring a building and the wreckage and ruins of the Abaddon Hotel. Over all of this, Bradley declares, "Evil never dies. No fire will ever destroy it. You can never claim victory over it. The evil will always exist, and it will always be there." His face stricken, he nods, sometimes in plain sight.
You mean to tell me at the end of the third Hell House film, Lake of Fire, after Jesus Christ himself
Yeah.
fought the devil and pushed him, struggled with the devil.
That was a problem.
The devil was stronger than he predicted.
Scott Jurgens!
Yeah, I'm actually going to murder you. He forced him through the portal.
Yeah.
That's what I recall. And then it seemed to bring lightness back into the world.
Right.
When this place burns down. So none of that matters. That's completely...
So not anymore.
Okay.
And I wonder if that was more for us when Margot was like, it's not over. Like it's not over?
Wait,
What's
so-
not over?
Yeah.
Did you watch Diane's documentary?
If she had, she shouldn't have been so fucking stupid the
Well,
whole
but
movie.
she just was.
Yeah.
But she's maddening because I could easily see her having this knowledge of these things.
Absolutely.
And not sharing it with the others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she had enough knowledge of this Hell House clown when she's looking in the chest. But then when it's in Chase's room, she's like, it's just...
I feel like that could have been a whole other angle to this film of her documenting that to camera while not telling Rebecca because she doesn't want to freak her out. But that I feel like that might maybe be a little bit of a missed opportunity. But it was funny because in an interview, Cognetti was asked, there's this theme of evil, 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 evil. And then in this film, the evil, it cannot be beaten. It can't be burned. It can't be conquered, whatever. He was like, do you ever want to kind of introduce the idea of good or like light triumphing over evil? And he was like, well, yeah, I kind of did that with the third.
Yeah.
And it's like, he totally did it with the third one.
That was the whole point.
But this one's just like, psych. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. It just, I can't imagine having, especially if you're a big fan of the first three.
Right.
It being so retconned.
Yeah.
Yeah. It feels
with no
weird.
explanation.
Yeah. Because it is almost like, are you talking about Michael Myers? It's like evil's always alive.
Right.
No fire, no whatever. And
Evil
it's like, why?
dies today.
Yeah. It's
No.
like, I've seen him go through all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
And I've seen him get blown up. He still came back. You know?
He's like, oh, this isn't the Haddonfield documentary?
Yeah. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, didn't Russell show up, Russell Wynn at the end of 3? And he like guided them. He's like, telling them all the stuff. The Hell House crew.
Right.
So
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know.
did that mean nothing?
Apparently not.
Yeah.
'Cause these clowns are out here acting a goddamn fool.
Yeah.
They
I
didn't
don't
get
know.
the memo, I guess.
No. Well, the score blossoms as we see that picture of Margot as a little girl at the fair. But we pan over to get a look at the game behind her. The Hell House clown stands in the Down a Clown game. We see him again in the basement of the Abaddon Hotel with the pentagram painted on the wall behind him. Again, he's in the hallway of the Hell House haunt. Again, in front of a lighted wall. His iconic black and white costume, his horrifying face above the black frill of his collar, darkness running from the soulless orbs of his eyes, and the upturned painted mouth. We press in on him once again in the Down a Clown game before cutting to black.
And again, this like Hello Zepp style music.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's supposed to reveal or at least make you feel like something really big is being revealed, right?
Right.
I did like us panning over to see that that's what was behind her. But again, it just makes it more frustrating that she didn't have any kind of a reaction because it's in Patrick's room, right? Where she and Chase go up and Chase was there.
Yeah.
Bradley literally says that their parents took the two of them to the, he was there. So, I mean, no, like even insight to him of like any, like mentioning it. He's talking about, he's afraid of clowns. Like, why wouldn't he'd be like, are you good? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just so weird. It's like they're siblings, but they have no knowledge of
Of anything.
It's so weird. I don't know.
I don't know. I think that it is cool, but I think the music being so much, I'm like, I already figured this out. Like, I already know everything you showed us, we already watched that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the reveal of him being in the game, it's like, well, yeah, I put together her holding those little clowns and they're in the same picture from behind her. It's like, so I know what you're going to tell me.
Do you think it would have worked better if throughout the house it had not been the Hell House clown and just these new two clowns? And then we get this reveal at the end.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Because having seen him so much, it's like, I've been watching this motherfucker.
Yes, it's that.
For 4 days.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
As much as it pains me to say that because I do love this clown,
Yeah.
it would have been more of a gut punch for sure. But suddenly, we find Patrick Carmichael, his face injured and red. He leans in close, sobbing as he addresses the camera. He wants anyone who finds this to know that he had no choice. We all serve him in different ways. It's when he stands that we see he's wearing the black and white clown suit, and the mask is lying on the dresser beside him. When he hears crying, he shrieks to stop talking. His voice high and wild, distorted deeper, he promises that it'll all be over soon. After a quick glimpse of him and Margaret smiling for a photo, Patrick Carmichael puts on his mask and steps out into the giallo redness of the hallway just outside the room.
Calm down.
He takes one last look at us before stepping out of sight. The film malfunctions, showing us one last shot of the Carmichael family picture before the reel runs out. It cuts to black and the credits roll. But post-credits, after the title, we come back to Alicia's interview. As she takes off her microphone, she asks, "Did you guys hear that Rockland County's starting the fair up again?" The producer laughs. "No way." Alicia confirms this as she gets to her feet. "They're doing it right here in Abaddon." I mean, in Abaddon.
Yeah. They're like, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, where's that?
Where? She guesses that they figured since the hotel's gone, all's well again. She walks out of frame, and it's now that we see the window across the room where the Hell House clown peers in with his disturbing and emotionless face. It cuts once again to black. So, what did you guys think of Hell House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor?
That was fun, right? We had a lot of fun.
We had a lot of fun.
Yeah. I know it's not the greatest movie, but I still had a lot of fun talking about it, and I could picture everything in my head as we were going, and I do still enjoy this. I know there's a lot of problems with it, and I think as we went on, it unraveled more problems, but I just don't I don't know why we do some of the things we do in this movie, and they're not successful, but other things that we do are very successful. And it's just like, man, again, like I stated earlier, it's a weird, I don't know what it is. It's a weird thing about the movie, because I do love these and I'll make excuses for them. But this one, it is still, there is still something missing. But I had a lot of fun talking about it. And like I said, I will rewatch this again. I'm still a little confused about Tully and like how all that works. And I guess the Carmichael Manor being haunted, I guess, when that happens, or if it was before, or if it was like the whole thing with Arthur and everything. Like, it's just, I just don't understand.
I don't think the Carmichael Manor was haunted on its own. I think it's all because of the shit that Tully was kicking up and Patrick's involvement.
And I want to follow
so
that.
It's all
time.
tied.
Yeah, I want to follow that, but something still, I don't know, doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is.
It's a little, there's some pieces that don't, I said, they're forced together a little bit.
Right. But I think that the stuff that does work for it. There's a lot of things that Cognetti, like we've said, and T, you've pointed out, it's his bread and butter. It's his, like, the tricks that he does over and over. But it's like some of them, well, honestly, most of them, for me anyway, they do work. And it is like, ooh, that was creepy. Or that I know when I get up to go pee at 3 a.m, I'm going to see that in my hallway or whatever. But it is, you know what I mean? It is effective, and it is a pretty good movie. And I think you said it too, T, and I think we can kind of all agree. I do like this better than the third one.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one was better than the third one.
Totally.
I don't know. I guess that story then doesn't really mean anything anymore, but
they're like, let's just pretend that never happened.
yeah.
They show his wine bottle at the antique shop.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
That's it.
so
That's all.
yeah.
I don't know, folks. I will agree. There are a lot of cool visuals here that do work.
Yeah.
I think the entire sequence with Margaret her mask and costume, the hand on the wall, that is good.
Yeah.
I really like the entire sequence with the laptop and Rebecca.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is a little wild that she kept clicking.
Yeah.
She needed to know.
No, we don't.
Yeah. No.
But it's just, I don't know. There's just so many things. You guys often say whenever we cover a film, you're doing the dice move too much.
Yeah.
I think that that's how I feel about the clowns. I think
Okay.
that we are kind of, oversized shoehorning them in to this story.
Right.
And I don't think that learning that Patrick has been the Hell House clown this entire time enriches anything, really.
Yeah.
And also to see him not fitting the costume
Yeah.
as he
Yeah.
walks in the
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
So that's also weird.
Yeah.
It's like maybe he'll grow into it. I don't know how this works.
Right.
But it's just, I don't know. I think that whenever we were going back and trying to recontextualize, some things end up being really cool, where you can repurpose something and say, oh, wow, this thing that seemed innocuous
Yeah.
or scary in one way is actually terrifying in another, and here's why. That can work. But I think that we're doing or trying to do too much when we did way too much in number 3. I think that if we just try to, I don't know, if we, I don't want to say back to basics because it's kind of impossible to do that maybe at this point, but I think that that would have been beneficial.
Yeah.
Instead of trying to do so much and make everything mean something else. Oh, you thought that Hell House clown was this thing? Well, actually, it's Patrick Carmichael. And we also have to tell you who Patrick Carmichael is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Arthur Carmichael, who clearly killed his family, you will never see him again in this film.
Right.
Yeah.
Yet, it's so clear that he's done it. And it's so weird that it was only one set of footprints, but there were no marks in the snow at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like, I feel like you're doing so much that you're actually confusing yourself.
It's really contradictory.
Yeah.
And the only thing that I heard Cognetti say about any like purported contradictions was that people were saying that doesn't make any sense because Hell House brought that clown there. And he was like, no, the clown was already there. That's the only thing he was like, people don't get that.
And that's true.
It is
Yeah.
Yeah, the clown was there. I don't know. Does it for you guys? Because you like the films more than I do. Does it add a layer or make it more interesting that Patrick is the Hell House clown for you?
I think maybe if like we did this one and then we find out in the next movie that he's the Hell House clown.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
if Patrick was already a character, or if we found out that Robert Lyons was the Hell House.
We all miss.
We miss Robert. But that would be, I think, maybe if we just had more time with Patrick, if he was in the third one even, or like they talked about him in the third one. And then we find out here and it's like, oh, fuck, this is full circle moment. But like getting to know his story and just the bare bones of his story, because there was no, like, I guess Margaret wants to be an actress and Catherine wants to be a filmmaker and Patrick is also there. Like we don't know anything about him. So I it's cool. But it's like it could have meant a lot more if we just like let it linger a little bit.
Yeah, I think if we knew more, then it would mean something.
Okay.
And I think that too, thinking about it, I like it and I kind of like don't really care because in that sense we don't know enough about him. But also thinking about it, the other two clowns that were down there in the Hell House basement look nothing like these clowns.
No.
Yeah.
So why are we switching clowns? Why are we because weren't they alive too down there?
It the clown thing is a little confounding, especially I can't remember if it was on mic or off mic. T mentioning why isn't Tully the clown?
Right.
Why isn't Tully the hell?
Right.
My thing is like, why isn't everyone a clown? Why is everyone else in black cloaks? Like I feel like why are we doing both?
I don't know who those people are.
Yeah.
They're the cult members.
Yeah, but
so is Patrick
so
in
is,
them.
yeah.
So I don't know. It's like, is there other levels? Like we're on this tier, we get to be clowns, and you guys get to be cloaks.
Maybe, it's like you got to choose your own avatar, and that's what they wanted.
They're like, I like the cloak.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what? Honestly, I feel like a way, and this might be, I don't know how the hell to get here because of everything that we saw at the end of the third one. But if we had just shown Russell Wynn and Tully tussling, and then they go into that abyss, and we never see Russell Wynn again, and we learn that it wasn't him winning, it was him losing, and this is Russell Wynn's punishment. Time is circular. He was always the Hell House clown.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I like that.
Okay.
Because then we can have this thing of like, oh no, light didn't win. And it wasn't established in the third one. And now it's trying to continue on with evil never dying.
Yeah, I like that. And I like the idea of it not always being the same person.
Right, like it changes.
Yeah, because I feel like Alex should have to take his turn as the host.
Absolutely. Making those backroom deals.
Yes! This is all because of, maybe not all, but
Yeah.
I think Tully had a big hand in it.
maybe it's more Tully, but I know I like that. Like I like that. So this is a confusing little movie, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that they're just trying to do too much, and some of it, like you said, is successful.
Yeah.
I think some of the scares are pretty well crafted, but then you have a lot of head-scratching moments that it's like, nobody made you introduce that.
Yeah.
Nobody made you do that to where this is a thing that means this, and then actually in the next scene, it doesn't mean that at all. So it's just, I don't know. It just seems like too many, I would say too many cooks, but it was written by one dude.
Yeah. Yeah, I really don't know what more I can add. I think that watching this the first time, you don't realize that there are as many inconsistencies as when you break down every fucking minute of the movie, you realize, But I think that it was still entertaining. I think that it was still really cool to see the Hell House clown again. I think that it was still really cool to see the Abaddon Hotel artifacts in that antique shop.
Yeah.
I like the mockumentary style of it. I think that it betrays itself sometimes, but I think that the idea is still cool. I just like coming back into this universe. And I really like coming up from the third one.
Yeah.
The third one just really didn't do it for me. And I think that it's funny that the way to retcon that is to just act like it didn't happen.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, like, the hotel is still burned.
Yeah.
But none of the other stuff.
Yeah, no.
It's just like, I don't know. I feel like we clung on to a lot of things to make it fit into this new narrative or into like contextually what we're adding with Carmichael Manor. But that's a glaring omission of, okay, you're asserting that evil never dies, and I'm here. I'm a bleak bitch. I'm down. I'm down to watch 5 more Hell House movies because the evil never dies. But what about when the evil did die? In the third one? Could you explain to me how that isn't what happened?
Right.
And so I don't know. It's an odd installment, but I was still entertained by it, and there were still good scares in it.
Yeah. You know what? Thinking about it, maybe if Margaret reawakened this, maybe instead of that, maybe 3 did happen and everything's fine for a little bit, and her investigating into what happened.
Oh, Margot.
Yeah, sorry.
I was struggling. Why do you have 2 people named Margaret and Margot?
No, yeah.
I was struggling a little bit too.
But I think maybe that if we want to keep 3, then it did happen.
Yeah. Or like he said, bringing the fucking cross or bringing the Hell House stuff into the Carmichael Manor where the clowns are.
And that to me would work a lot more if Donald the caretaker is involved.
Yeah.
I still want that. I'm still mad that that didn't happen.
He sent them to do that.
Yeah.
To reawaken what this evil is.
Something, yeah. Because it just feels weird to, you are right, to not even mention to not mention anything that happened. It was like, well, what about that one guy that ran his own channel and whatever, went in there and then never came back?
Yeah.
It's like, oh no, he was pure evil. Actually.
Yeah.
He was more evil than Andrew Tully. No, and we can kind of slide into ratings as well. I feel like this one is a little difficult to score because I really do have a lot of love for this franchise. And I do want to give it its flowers for kind of bringing me back after the third one where I was kind of like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I like this movie. I feel like it. I don't know. There's just something that doesn't quite gel all the way. I'm really curious to see what he did with Lineage.
Mm-hmm.
Me too.
I kind of can't wait to watch it because he talked a lot in a lot of the interviews and multiple times during the commentary about how constricting he finds found footage now. And so he actually cited specific scenes. One of them was Catherine and Margaret in the closet at the end that he wishes he could have done in narrative storytelling instead of doing it found footage. And so from what I understand, Lineage is not found footage.
Yeah.
And so him having the freedom that he really seemed to be craving, it seemed a little resentful to me. The freedom to break out of what he found so constraining. I'm really interested to see what he does with it.
Okay.
But I feel like this is it's a fun movie, man. Like I know that we nitpick shit and we like, well, this doesn't actually make sense with and everything that we say is true. I'm just kidding. It's true and it's correct. No, it's our opinion.
Yeah, it is.
It's our opinion. And at the end of the day, all of these things can be true. There can be glaring inconsistencies. There can be moments that it's like, wait, but I thought you were the Hell Satans. Like that doesn't make sense with what happened in the second one or the third one or the first one or what have you. And at the end of the day, when the credits roll, you can still be like, I had fun.
Yeah.
And I did have fun watching this, and I had even more fun talking about it. I feel like the energy in the room was really good. And this was a fucking blast. I also think that I am not happy with previous Hell House scores that I did.
Okay.
So if I could just like run down, if I could rank them, I would probably give the first one an 8.5.
Okay.
Maybe 8.5 plus.
Yeah.
I really like that first one.
Yeah.
Second one, I'd probably give maybe an 8. The third one, I believe I rated a 5, and I think that was generous. I'll keep it there. And for this one, House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor, on a scale from 1 to 10, clearly culpable clowns, I think, I'm torn between 2. I think I'm going to go with the 7.
Okay.
Clearly culpable clowns. I think that might be a little high, but I just really enjoy being back in this universe. I enjoy being back with this clown with these familiar names of characters and places and this lore. And it's just a fun time. And again, after 3, my bar wasn't as high as it was before 3.
Yeah.
So I will now open up the floor to you.
I don't think I have a lot to say because I love the franchise. So, you know what I mean? My score's probably going to be seem a little high as well. There is a lot of stuff we do nitpick about it, but it was fun. I had a lot of fun talking about it with you guys. And of course, I love the clowns. Whoop, whoop. You know what I mean? I really do enjoy this movie. And I do think that you hit the nail on the head. It's fun. It's just a fun movie. It is good returning back to this universe and hearing names that we know and stuff that we're familiar with. The story is a little, it needs some help. Some of the like we need to get not only just the story but like our backstory and what's going on. Some of the things we need to get straight to because I'm
draw us a map.
Right. I'm confused and afraid. So I don't know. Sometimes the confusion takes over and it's like, look, you're not that scary anymore, clown guy. But then it's like, oh, you're moving. I'm sorry. But I really like these. I would recommend these to anybody. I know they're probably not going to be everybody's jam. You know what I mean? They are mine though. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, clearly culpable clowns, I'm going to give House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor, a 7.5 out of 10. Clearly culpable clowns.
I love that for both of you. And I am very happy for the people that get a lot of enjoyment out of this series.
Right.
Because you do see online that the love for these things is through the roof.
Yeah.
And I think that that's fantastic. I like when things are not for me, but are for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because it is different strokes for different folks and so on and so on.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be good.
But, I mean, I don't know. And I will say, in the same vein as Nay, I think that I kind of ranked things a little bit not where I would put them to today.
Okay.
Of the past entries.
Right.
The first one I gave a 6 out of 10. I think I would probably give it a 7 out of 10 now.
Okay.
The second one I gave a 5 out of 10. I think I'll probably leave that there.
For the second one?
I just remember...
no judgment. I'm just
Well, I
asking.
did
Right.
like that one scene where she's on the phone with her mom and she's like in hell or whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll bump it up to a 5.5. The third one I have at a 3 out of 10, and it is staying right there.
Yeah.
But for this one, and I think my thing as well is, to me, from my view, my opinion, my interpretation, I think it might have just been a little overly ambitious to try to do a prequel and a sequel at the same time.
Yeah.
I wonder how the Carmichael Manor would have been if it was just about the Carmichael family.
Yeah.
I wonder, again, just listening to him speak in interviews, if that wasn't his intention. Because he talked a lot about only being able to do the 80s sparingly because of the budget.
Okay.
So I wonder if he had free reign,
What it
if
would have been.
this would have been
Right.
the story of the Carmichael family.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, I think that it is interesting to have these kind of investigators going in, but also to have, to write your investigator is so incompetent.
Yeah.
It's so wild and so insufferable. She is horrible at her job and she's horrible to everyone around her.
I almost would have liked it if this was their first one.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Because it's like, ain't no way y'all been doing this.
Yeah. You got an office and
Apparently.
a teammate and a network. And
Who's paying for any of this? Rebecca's footing the bill.
yeah.
But for me, out of 10 clearly culpable clowns, I am going to give House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor, a 4.5 out of 10. I want to go higher because some of these scares really work, but the narrative for me is so difficult to wrap my mind around.
I get it.
And Patrick being that clown, honestly, pissed me off.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate House LLC Origins, the Carmichael Manor, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Pod Mortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Steerhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at JuggaloDaddy84, and at TravisMWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 250 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Pod Mortem or Steerhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, always listen to your gut. Commitment is admirable, but when the graveness of the situation is apparent, it's important to know when it's time to make your exit. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman-Wise, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G., Emiliana, C.T. Babs, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Sawyer P, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Hagetta, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen,
Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Jenny May, Old School Cool, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D., Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Taylor J., Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Aaron Norman, Victoria Smith, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Chuck D., Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Richard Murray, Irene, Jordan McCarthy, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Nikki M., Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Martina LaForce, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renlin, Ashley Poe, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Pooh Bear, Spicy Caldera, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Carmito, TVR, A Very Sweepy Baby, Nicholas Rage, A Lazy Boy, Nicola Williams, Stu Corbett, Brick O, Jada Nicole, Lost Fan 08, George L. Robertson, Mercedes X Bleeple, Joe Miller Apologist, Cool Trainer Elijah, Mrs. Bloomingdale, Sierra Duncan, Renee Hart, Meg Likes Sleep, Final Boy, Alani, Elizabeth Thompson, Joey, Michelle Nicole, The Lipstick Demon, Less Than Zombie, Franklin Badge, Sean Reeves, The Kryptonian Orphan, Melissa B., Elena C., Jillian Mumford, Evil Chris, Rexterm Raul,
Witchy Poop 19, Brian Avers, Danielle Milton, Instant Horror, Skin Deep, Ashay Guevara, Aaron Mr. Clean Bashard, Hinny Kravitz, Francisco Olmos, Paunchy Cat, Christina Perez, Buddy Boy Mac, Revamped, a Rewatch Podcast, Sarah Coolidge, Show Livia, Film Fiend, Catherine Clark, Brandon Brown, Jessica Hernandez, Camry, Amy Shipley, Like the Donuts, Jack, Alyssa Muskites, Jennifer Hager, Byron Pittman, Sophia Mason, Most Unholy S'more, Pear Bear, Tom Blades, Bonnie Bazell, Crystal Reddy, Sean Weeks, Chardonnay Carlina, Samira Samuels, The Chief King, Nicholas Doba, Philip Thomas, Ashley Gravely, Kimberly Martinez, James Floyd, Stephanie, Hope Mowry, Abe the Camel, DGS, J. Taylor Art UK, Robert Murdoch, GQ, Danielle Carter, Jason Moore Please, Emily Jeffries, Joey Monda, Madison Bissaw, Jasmine, Midnight Martini, Vic, Gavin Annette, Jennifer Monahan, Beetle Babley, Lucille Brooker, Tono and Tone, Mick K. Dingus, Brian Highsmith, Abigail Spitzer, Christina Juarez, Billy Williams, Robert Quadriguez, Wispy Rainbow, Bionic Shoulder Blade, Zachary Luke, Squid Fart, Amy Goodman, Spooky Gal 89, Alyssa Defoe, Trev Heron, Vicky Worgan, Brooke Ball, Jason, Ryan Skelton, Travis, coolest name on earth, Adams, Sage Pearsell, Elizabeth Selvamoen, Seed, Funny Bearded Guy, Ronnie Ortega Chavira, Puck/Annie, Trauma Llama, Ashling O'Leary, Jake Guajardo, Danny Landeros, Jamie Peel, Desiree Rose, Maija B, I'm Only Here for Aliens, TJ Schroeder, Kaylee RV, Rachel B, W. Grant Livingston, Disco Tumor MD, Bimbo Yaga, Such a Horror, Dana Simpson, Christopher Zufall, Nikki Pook, Blake Fry, Do You Have Your Passport? Did You Get Your Shots? Mac Attack, and Mrs. Timmy's Husband. Thank you all so much.
Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. We appreciate you, and we hope that you all sleep sweet. I know he didn't say it in this one.
No,
but
he
I
wasn't
like
even in
it.
it.
Yeah.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
Until next time.